All right, good evening and welcome to the, what's today, August 14th work session of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember
Deputy City
Shropshire,
Clerk.
Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Renee
She'll be
is
here shortly.
shortly. Okay. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Cook.
He won't be here.
Okay. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Gordon. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. So let's, before we start the presentations, let's go through the agenda items. Previous agenda items before I make that assumption, we have classification and compensation study. I see that presentation is ready. 2024 benefit programs, carry rewards, renewals. I'm sorry. I see HR here. Mr. King is here for 4, and then I see police for 3 and 4. Okay, police. Downtown Commons, I know we want that. Update on policing. Yes. Update on transparency software for city expenditures. Councilmember Gordon.
We can move that
To where?
to September.
September work session.
Okay.
Item number 7. Councilmember Shropshire, item number 8. All right, 9, Councilmember Shropshire. 10. 11. And a lot of these are from previous agendas. 11, Councilmember Shropshire. Number 12, Councilmember Bailey. Okay. 13, okay, you just want to remove it? Okay. Councilmember Robertson, 14. Okay. Councilmember Butler, 15 and 16. Press your mic for me. It's up
Since
to
I
you.
only have 2, I should let them stay, but I'm gonna move them out of respect for time.
It's up to you. You want to keep
No,
one?
I respect our time. I'm gonna move them.
All right. So where do you want them to go? September?
Yes, to September work session.
Okay. Then 17 and 18 are from our last meetings. 19, we have a public hearing. Oh, that's the Ben Hill Road property. And then 20 is from staff on fleet services. We have the fiscal year 2023-24 millage rate. Councilmember Cummings, number 22. And 23, I believe, will stay as well. Councilmember Cummings and Gordon. Move it to September. You want to go to September or just y'all will put it back on? Okay. 24, yes. 25, Councilmember Gordon and Cummings. Okay. 26, oh, this is a MOU that came in just today that we'll need to discuss about the food bank. Okay, let's get to 25. This is LMIG and T-Splosh sidewalk projects. Any objection to this going to consent? Okay, consent, Madam Deputy City Clerk, number 28. Any objection to consent? All right. No meaning no objection, right? Okay. 29, any objection to consent? 30. 31, any objections? Consent. 32. Consent. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. No. 39. So I'm looking, 39 is at the top of the page. This is emergency repair of damaged underground water drain. Yeah, that's 39. Oh, okay. Yep. And I guess for staff, I believe the people I see here are on our presentations and the public hearing. Do we have any external partners on any of these other items that as we're going through them, if we're saying consent, let us know if there's somebody here. So we're on number 40. Any objection to consent? 41 is alcohol license, public hearing. Do we need presentation tonight, or we just want to put it on the agenda? It's going to be a public hearing. Culture South, that's the Atlanta Utility Works on R.N. Martin. So, agenda, okay. The 42. I guess for this one, I just have a question about amount. Okay. Yeah. So, 43. Any objection to consent? 44. Any objection to consent? 45. Any objection to consent? We're piggybacking off of, I guess these are like state contracts and other city contracts. 46. 47. 48. All righty. Madam Deputy City Clerk, I have number 7 on the September work session. Number 13 is removed. Number 15 and 16, September work session. Number 23, September work session. Numbers 27 through 41, consent. And items 43 to 48, consent. All righty. Oh, and sorry, thank you. 41 is agenda for public hearing. 23, September work session for 23. Okay, we got it. All righty. Let's get started with the number 1, classification and compensation study project summary. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and our guests and staff. I'm going to call up Ms. Iris Jesse, our HR Director, along with Kelly Rashi, who's the representative consultant for Evergreen Solutions, who helped to comprise the compensation study, and they'll give an overview of this particular item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I believe the city manager has been giving you some updates regarding the classification and compensation study project. Many of you know that this has been a long time in the making, and I just want to say that we appreciate your support for this. And we are at a point that we want to share the study recommendations with you. Staff spent a lot of time putting the framework for this together, because we looked at the study looked at all of the city's positions. And they also did a market study. And Kelly will talk to you about the market study and how they came to their recommendations. And I'm going to turn it over to Kelly.
Hello, everyone. First, thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to give you guys this presentation. So as Ms. Iris said, And Mr. King, my name is Kelly Bracci. I'm here with Evergreen on behalf of our team who's completed this service for you guys. So this
If
was,
you could
oh, I'm
come a
sorry.
little closer to the mic. Yep, thank you.
I'm sorry.
No problem, you're fine. And you can raise it some if you need to.
Okay, not nervous at all.
Great.
So this is phase one. So we looked at 32 identified positions, which included the labor one position that was highlighted as one of great concern. We went through the market survey, and then we wanted to look at solutions for you guys that were equitable, both internal and external. So you're market compatible, but then also there's some understanding within the organization so people progress nicely and there's not too much compression. We wanted to handle that as best as we could. We did come and speak to several employees in this very room. And the things that they were most concerned about was the compression and the competitiveness. So that's really what we looked at with that internal and external equity. And they wanted to make sure that they were keeping their benefits, which we assured them that they were, but that was not part of our process. And then there was some concerns that they wanted some consistent performance evaluations. Maybe, okay. On the list, you'll see all the places that we pulled data from. I'm not going to read all of those to you, but everything that we pulled, we adjusted for cost of living because we wanted to give a dollar for dollar analysis. The positions listed here they were found to be below 10% the market. And you could see all the way up to the senior communications operator that was 28.5% below market. And that's important because when we get to the solution process and our recommendations, we're going to highlight that a little bit differently. We also came up with a new plan for you guys, starting at the, I think it was just over $15 an hour, I want to say. But the new ranges are going to start at $32,000. Okay. Sorry, sir, did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard a question.
We'll do it at the end.
Oh,
You're-
okay,
you're
I'm
fine.
sorry. And then we looked at everyone's analysis of what their jobs are, what the market was, and we put those employees straight into a different, into their new pay grade. And then we had to look at how we're going to move them through. And these were our options. The bring to minimum is obviously your cheapest option. It was going to affect 130 employees, but that simply puts them in their new pay grade, and it does not address those compression issues that were a concern to the employees. And then there's different types of parity, class, hybrid, and tenure, and you guys can see the different costs. Class is how long they've been in their actual classification. Tenure, how long they've been with the organization. And hybrid, which is part of what we're suggesting today, gives them partial credit for their entire tenure and time in their classification. So it says you've been here, you have institutional knowledge that we appreciate and it's helpful in your job, but then you've also promoted up, you've been in this classification and you've gotten better at your job as you've been in that classification. And so we really looked at the best thing to meet you guys based on your needs as a city, based on the needs of your employees, in a way that we could make the biggest change in people's lives. So we were debating back and forth between the bring to minimum, which is the least expensive, as I said, but it doesn't affect compression. And then the hybrid, which does affect compression, but it can erase performance gains. And it's that combination of things. So what we've come up with for you, my mouth works, y'all. It really does. What we've come up with is a hybrid custom solution. So those positions that we notated before that were more than 10% market, we're suggesting for them a hybrid approach. So we're going to move them into their current grade, and we're going to reward them for their tenure, and then also in their classification and their tenure with East Point. The others that were in our group, we're going to do a bring to minimum for them right now. And this is really beneficial because it'll get you where you need to be. And then when the city moves into phase 2, looking at the other positions, they can address the rest of the employees at that time as well. The total cost for this is $473,976. It will affect 141 people, and it will cost approximately 3.5% of your payroll. That is only payroll cost. It does not include things like taxes, benefits, things like that, that will increase as the salaries increase. At the end of this, once you guys have approved, hopefully, we will start after you guys select an option, we'll communicate with the employees. We have some information that we can share with them. We can address any concerns that they have, and then we will submit to the council a final report. Any questions? That's all I have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You did a great job. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Lean in.
So I need a little bit more clarification of how this dealt with the compression issue. I think that was the primary problem that we're trying to solve.
So we look at it in a couple different ways. So a lot of times what we hear with compression is there's two different types. There's rank and rate. You know, am I getting paid enough to go up to another position, right? Because I'm going to have that added responsibility and liability. And then there's also compression based on how long you've been in your position, right? I've been working as an admin assistant for 15 years. Why is somebody who's only been here 5 months making the same as I am? So in those grades or in those classifications that were farther behind market, we found that those had the greatest levels of compression, where maybe the minimum had been brought up and those people that had been there for a while were just kind of stagnant and staying there. So they weren't being rewarded for their time in classification, their loyalty to East Point, and that institutional knowledge that they bring to the job every day. So that's what we were looking for mainly. And then we also, as we go through the progressions, we want to make sure there's at least a good step in between each position. Sometimes those positions, depending on what they are, may be 5%, sometimes it's 10%. It really depends on the jump in liability that they go from one position to the next.
So in this hybrid model you propose us to adopt, it was 3.5% and a total of $400,000+.
So everybody's not going to get the same. So if you, sir, had been in your same position.
If you could just talk into the mic for me.
Oh,
We
I'm
have
so
people watching
sorry.
online. You're fine.
I'm
You're
sorry.
doing great.
So let's say you've been in your position for 15 years. You've been in your classification for 5, and then the other 10 were just somewhere else in the city. But Madam Cummings has only been with the city, say, for 5 years, but that whole time just in that classification. Because you both were in that classification for 5 years, you would move at first to the same spot within the new pay grade. And then because you had 10 years of time with the city beyond that, we would move you slightly above her. So you've got credit for that institutional knowledge that she doesn't have. But you're getting the same reward for being in your classification both for 5 years. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. So what you're proposing to do is you're going to further add different classifications of people in different pay grades. So if we have labor 1, so would it be like labor 1A, labor 1B, and that would be based upon time served in that position?
They will only be laborers. We're not going to change them into new classifications. We will just slot them in their new pay grade where they need to be. So if, say, someone needed to be, if their pay grade was at 32,000 to, I don't remember where it ended, we'll say 52,000, based on their tenure, maybe one person needs to be at 40,000, but somebody else would need to be at 36,000 based on their tenure. So we're going to look at the individual person.
So will this address our issue totally?
Yes, sir. It will address your compression issues for those positions that are 10% below market. Those that were closer to market that are going to move to the minimum, it will create slight compressions with them, but because the city made the smart move of doing this in phases, that can be addressed in phase 2.
So you recommended that we move the minimum to $32,000 per year. Isn't that $15 an hour?
It's right about 15, yes, sir. 37. It's more than 32.
So someone come up,
I'm
what would be the
sorry.
new minimum?
Councilmember Butler, we will go to about $16.17 an hour. So it will move the pay range. Kelly had a slide there that showed a reworking of our pay plan. Right now, we have a pay plan that starts with the minimum amount. And the new pay plan will start with the number 101 and go up from there. So generally, what we're doing is taking each individual employee. This is very different than an across-the-board payment for everybody. I think that to some extent is how we got in trouble with our laborer positions. It was a very admirable move to raise the living wage to $15 an hour. However, you had people who had been here for a while who then their credit didn't work. Their time with the city didn't mean anything because Kelly came in when it was moved to $15 an hour. I've been here 5 years. I'm just maybe at 15.20 or something like that based on COLAs, cost of living increases. So this is going to address that. We took each person who was in these classifications and they had to complete a questionnaire. So based on their job duties, based on their time with the city, their time overall with the city, their time in their classification, that is where they would be placed in the new pay plan.
And I do want to add, when we say bring to minimum, we're not saying that they're going to be put at that 101 pay range. If their classification, say, was going to be at pay grade 105 and they're making below the minimum of 105, we're going to put them at the minimum of that 105. We're not starting everybody at the 101.
Thank you. I stand up.
Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Robertson. Yeah, and after Robertson, I got Councilmember Cummings and Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Butler did ask my first question, which was the recommendation for the increase in minimum wage, which Ms. Jessie addressed at $16.17, which what we're equating that to $33,633 a year. That's about right. Okay. The other question I had, and you kind of alluded to it at the end of your presentation. So once we've approved a recommendation for phase one, what is the suggestion in terms of pacing ourselves to move to phase two? And also with phase two, do you have any, you don't have the entire scope maybe tonight, but just what do you kind of venture into looking into in phase two?
I'm going to answer this to the best of my understanding. I was not in the contract negotiations, though, so Ms. Jessie might have to correct me. So my understanding is we started off with those 32 positions that were considered the most critical. Phase two, we're going to open that up to all of the other positions. And so that's when we would do the same thing, come out and do a focus group, do outreaches for those employees, have them complete the job assessment tool, and look at the market for those individuals. And then at that point, if we decided to, say, go hybrid for everybody, and not saying we will, but if we did, those who did not get that hybrid movement this time, we would address them during phase two. Does that sound?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kelly. Thanks for the presentation. It doesn't seem like this is enough. After all this work, you're saying it's going to be raised $1, less than $2. Tell me, it just doesn't seem like it's enough. How many people were interviewed or was in the questionnaire?
There were probably 240, 250 individuals all in all that were initially part of these 32 benchmark groups. How many I interviewed personally, there were 2 of us out here for, I think I did one day by myself, and then we had 2 of us the next day, and we usually can get about 75 in a day. So I believe everyone had the opportunity to come out. And then we also had several people who came out to speak on the behalf of those who were maybe out sick, on vacation, just wanted to share their opinion. So we did meet with quite a few.
And thank you for sharing that. It does, when I say it's not enough, it's really not a competitive wage with the market today. If you're saying about we're losing people that are going other places that are making $20 an hour because of the workload. We realize their job duties, they're doing 3, 4 different jobs. So I don't know if all this is taking place. It's not enough. And then you mentioned that the hybrid area, you lose some performance gains. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So if you have been giving merit raises, which did not come up in the outreach, then you will lose those merit raises because it evens everything out. But I don't believe that y'all have done merit raises for a very long time across the board. So that's why we kind of looked at where that would not be a huge detriment.
Thank you. Go on.
Councilmember, when she says lose, she doesn't mean that it'll be taken away from people. She's just saying that if, because of my merit, I got a 10% pay increase and Kelly got maybe a 3%. She's saying that once the hybrid is put in place, that we may be more even than we were before I got my 10% doesn't mean as much because everybody is moving upward on the pay scale. And also, each individual person has been identified. For instance, someone may get a $2,000 increase. We don't have anybody getting a dollar increase. That was the hourly rate on the new pay scale. So it goes from $15.45 to about $16.17 for someone who's coming into the city. So instead of making $15.45, they'll make $16.17.
And
So,
I do want to say no one is having money taken away from them.
Correct.
No one's salary is being lowered.
thank you for sharing. I remember in the city of Atlanta, they use what you call training for a journeyman program. And that journeyman program incentivized them. And what happened after that, they made more money so they could take care of their families. Is that a concept that was thought of in this area?
So for this study, we're only looking at the base. We do have documentation on various incentive programs at areas that cities around here do that I'm more than happy to share. I'm a huge proponent of incentive programs, especially if it's something that benefits the city. But we're only looking at the base right now. So for instance, this doesn't include things like overtime. It doesn't include, some places will maybe get clothing allowances, things like that. It doesn't take certification pay. It doesn't include anything like that. It's just their base. But I'm more than happy to pull together a list of all of the supplemental offerings the surrounding area has.
Yeah, I highly recommend that.
I will
Thank
have
you
it to
for-
you this week.
Thank you for the report. I'm going to yield for council. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kelly, for your presentation. So when we talked about bringing that new base up, now is that going to affect just 30? I know you had a number 32, and then I saw something for 141. So is that 32 employees?
It's going to affect 141 employees.
Okay, it's 141. I know the number 32 was coming out. So I know you said that you'll do it based on the tenure. So I just equated for how they do it in the city of Atlanta. So we look at it's like a tier system. So you may say 0 to 5 years, they'll have a certain amount, and 5 to 10 years, that'll take them at like that mid, and 15 or more years, it takes them at that top. So that way, will we adjust out for, are they included in that 141, that it'll be based on their years of service?
So we did not do a tiered system with the years of service. We literally, if it's 13 months, they get 13 months credit. If it's 15 months, it's 15 months credit. We do have clients who do a tiered system, and we're more than happy to incorporate that. My personal belief is we want to reward them for every day that they're here. But we do have clients who just say, we have so many employees, we need to do a tiered system, and it makes sense. So we're more than happy to go either way for you.
So what did you use to base your, so I say you're doing it, you're based on the time that they are there. So what was the basis that you did, what was the salary amount that you used to give them credit for that time that they're actually there?
So the first thing we did is we put them in a pay grade. So if their pay grade, again, I'm just making these numbers up, I don't have it in front of me, was 40 to 60,000. We're going to say your job is 40 to 60,000. So if you're in the hybrid, and let's say you've been here 15 years and you're one classification, we're going to move you right there to the midpoint because we're looking at a 30-year parity. So you would go right to 50. Ms. Gordon, Madam Gordon, let's say she's been here 5 years, she may go to 44,000. I can't do
Okay.
that math in my head. But that's how it would work.
Okay, and I know you said once we finish with phase one, then we go into phase two. Phase two, you said you'll start looking at other employees and
Yes.
make that adjustment. Now, once you implement that phase two, won't that again create the compression issue that we'll have? Because we've already brought the ones for phase one, those employees, those are the ones that was the greatest impact at this time. We've already, and we've set what that pay is going to be. So once you go to phase two and you look at other people, would that not create that, because we've not adjusted?
Well, we're going to use the same pay scale that we've created. So we would just slot them within that same pay scale, so there should not be compression issues. Now, I say should not be. There's always those off chances. You've had an employee who's been here 30 years, or supervisor's been here 6 months. Usually, unfortunately, things like
Well, I
that
understand that
happen.
because that's
but-
going to come more so
but-
with the title, with the
Yeah, but for
position.
the most part, we'll be able to handle those compression issues in phase two as well.
So you don't, okay.
Mhm.
Let's see. Okay, that was my final question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I may have missed this at the very beginning. What was the purpose of the two phases?
The purpose of the two phases
Rather
was,
than
was
just-
to focus on the critical jobs first, the ones that have the highest turnover and the most difficult to recruit and retain.
And then secondly, you mentioned that it doesn't include the benefits in terms of that dollar amount, the $434, I think, $1,000 amount, but it doesn't include the increases from higher salaries and benefits. What are those benefits that would be impacted by?
So whenever you have a higher salary, you're going to pay more in taxes. It's going to affect things like your workers' comp insurance, things like that. If you pay a percentage into their health care, into their retirement, it'll affect those percentages. Usually finance will be able to have those, put those numbers together for you guys.
Mayor?
I have a question around, so on the new pay plan recommendation, the minimum is 32,000?
I believe that was a typo. I believe it's actually
33,600.
33,600.
So on the one that we had, that shows 102. So,
So
It starts, the pay scale starts at 102. Right now, I believe it starts with 40 something, and we go all the way up to 78. So it's just a renumbering. They don't really hold that much significance
so
in terms of.
is the PowerPoint is still up? If you could go back to,
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand that slide.
Okay.
So what is 101?
So 101 could be used for, say, part-time employees. If you need to create an additional entry-level position, something that's below where you already start. Right now, we have all of your employees starting at level 102.
Oh, okay.
And those grades, they really could be anything. We suggest that we change the numbers, because if you have an employee, like Ms. Jessie said, right now you guys go like 40 to 70. If somebody's in a current pay rate 45 and we move them to pay grade 44, even though they're getting a pay increase, they'll say, oh, well, I was demoted. And so we don't want those billings to be hurt. So we always go with a new numbering system.
And to the points made earlier about comparison to other cities, so I would like to know like what other cities are starting at. 33.6 still sounds kind of low. And I know we're looking at the senior communications operator, heavy equipment mechanic, water plant operator, 1, 2, and 3, auto mechanic, court clerk, water maintenance technician, meter field service rep, equipment operator, laborer 2, communications operator, and customer resource specialist. So those are the positions we're looking at for phase 1.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to laborer 1? Don't we have a laborer 1 position?
I don't believe it's filled.
It's all of the laborer positions, including laborer 1.
Oh, I was just looking at this. I saw for water plant operator had 1, 2, and 3, but on laborer, I just see laborer 2.
Yes, ma'am. Laborer 1 is included.
And you mentioned earlier 3.5%. Is that like the minimum increase? Is that what we're saying? The salaries would go up by?
No, ma'am, that's 3.5% is the total percentage of your payroll that it's going to increase.
Oh, the
So-
total people on.
Mhm.
But what is the percentage of increase in their salary? Like, what's the average percentage of increase for this phase 1 group? Like, are we talking about 3%, 2%, 10%?
It's going to range from 10% up to 30% typically with these numbers. But it's going to be on an individual basis.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you for the presentation. I think this is a good start.
Okay.
I think we have heard exploring incentives, exploring tiers, maybe even desire to do more from a minimum. Having the comparison of other cities would be helpful to know if we're trying to be competitive. We don't want to do a pay study and then we're still $10,000 lower than everybody else. Like, that's not, I don't think that's the overall goal. So I think this is a great place for us to start and continue conversations. Council Member Cummins, that from earlier?
Yeah, one more.
Okay.
One more.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if we're going to start them now at $16.17, that would be what the new base pay would be, correct, Ms. Jessie? So, and you say we're going to go in and we'll make those adjustments for people that have been on, so what does it look like the salary now for someone that's been on for 27 years? When
Well,
we make
that-
those adjustments?
That would be for everybody except the temporary in that first category. That would be for your seasonal parks and rec, summer aides, individuals who come in and work temporary, not full-time, but for the regular full-time employees, we would be starting at $33,600. And we have, it varies what, as Kelly said, some of the projected increases, and we can average out everybody in this first phase, but some of the projected increases go as high as $15,000 based on the market, plus based on their specific job duties. A really good example of that would be back to the mayor's laborers example, because some people are laborers and that's basically, they just do manual labor. Some people are what we call field technicians. They're doing more in regards to property. Some people in the 50 Worst program, they don't do just the manual, but they have to have various certifications, and they actually need to know about property rehab and so forth. So they would be rated higher than someone who's basically cutting grass and so forth. Now, people who are in that category, but who've been here for a while, they will get an increase.
So, and I'm just looking at real numbers, and I'm talking about, just for instance, we do actually have someone that's been in sanitation for 27 years. They make about $15.45 now, because that's what it is now. So once we go in and we implement this new pay, what does their pay look like? I mean, because if he's been there for 27 years, obviously he has a wealth of knowledge. He should be able to operate a whole lot of different stuff. So what does their salary look like?
I can look up that individual and give you an idea when we provide some additional information. I don't have a name, so we can do
But I'm
that though.
just, I know we were talking about doing it based off of tenure, the time that they've been there. If they've been there for 15 months, we're gonna pay them for 15 months
Right.
of service. This person, if we have someone that's been there for 27 years, what does 27 years?
They would be,
Twenty.
if they're in grade 102, they would probably be around 50,000.
So it would take them up to, okay,
The closer they get to 30 years, the closer they get to the max.
okay. And one more thing. So I know, again, we thank you for this presentation, but to come back and say, $16 an hour, no one can really, function if you have a family and stuff you need to take care of. So while you brought this to us, it would have been good to look to see, even at $20 an hour.
Okay.
And that's just reasonable for what it takes to, just to be able to take care of your family or yourself. What do these numbers look like at 20,000? We can't say we're gonna necessarily jump on it or not, but we at least need to know what $20 looks like an hour, which gives us an opportunity to, number one, bring on employees, and two, to be able to keep them here. I understand and I see what this looks like at $16 an hour, but if it's gonna hurt and knock us upside the head, I'd rather we do that so that we can bring in these employees and keep them here to see if this will actually work for the city. But we have to be realistic at the same time.
Is it acceptable if I can get those numbers to you by Friday?
I think the consensus is that, one, we want to see how competitive we are with other cities, and that 2, 16, 17 doesn't sound high enough for us. And so looking at, whether it's 16, then 20, then 25, I think people can start working at Target or somewhere at like $20 an hour. Like post-pandemic, starting salaries just across the board in a number of different industries have increased dramatically. So we might want to see a sliding scale that, even if we want to stretch, right? But I think what's really important is seeing what other cities are starting people at, to see how competitive we are. And if they're lower than us, that doesn't mean we go lower, but it's just, at least we'll be aware. So there are 8 cities in South Fulton County. I know if we want to go there, if we want to do all 14 cities in the county, or 15, including Atlanta, I think Fulton County would be kind of our area comparison. We are competing with other cities as well, but I think if you throw Atlanta in with other cities like Sandy, oh my goodness, why can't I think? Sandy Springs, I was about to say Sandy Creek, Johns Creek, Sandy Springs, and cities like that. If we look at the 15 cities in Fulton County, that might help us. But I think there's a consensus around, we probably want to do more.
Okay.
But we need to have more information to be able to make those assessments.
Yes, ma'am.
If somebody else turned their light on and it went out. Councilmember Cummings, do you have more questions?
I think it was Mr. Robinson.
It was somebody on the right side. You're good? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We probably should put this on the September work session. If you can get us more information in between now and then, but we definitely want to keep this on our agenda. I don't know if anyone has an appetite for it to come back sooner. I think coming back sooner, probably, we're not trying to take action right now because we need more information. I think September work session would be good. That's September the 11th, 9/11. Thank you so much. Next up, 2024 benefit programs carrier renewals, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Iris Jesse, our HR director, will come up on this particular item with a PowerPoint presentation.
Good afternoon again, Madam Mayor, members of council. We are happy to bring you what we think is another message of good news for the 2024 benefits renewals. You all may recall last year when we went with Humana, we did not have an increase. And I'm going to turn it over to Charles Atkinson, who is the Managing Director for Benalytics, and let him tell you a little bit about their strategy, how they marketed the city's benefits, and also the results. Charles.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Charles Atkinson with Benalytics Consulting Group. We are the city's broker for its health and welfare benefit program. I have with me my colleague, Norma Robertson, and we'll be going through the presentation of our review of the benefit program and the work that we did with the various carriers in order to come back to you with a recommendation that overall I think is very good news for the city. So I will bring up Norma so that she can go through the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are you going to control that?
I can.
Okay. We have a lot of information to cover, and if you've had a chance to look at the presentation, there's quite a few numbers. So we're going to try to keep it at a level where we've summarized the results. There's three key areas that we will be discussing: the renewals that were negotiated on behalf of the city, the selection of a new medical plan vendor. Humana, who has been our partner for 2 years, announced that they were exiting the healthcare market for commercial payers. And then lastly, the employee contributions going into 2024 based upon what we found in the marketplace. So you're going to turn the next. This first slide is a summary of all the renewals. As you can see, for the majority of them, we're with a 0 rate increase. So your rates that are used for your budget preparation are not changing for life, for short-term and long-term disability. For the FSA COBRA administration, I'm going to come back to the vision, even though that shows a 0, we have some enhancements that we want to share with you. And the voluntary benefits that are currently with AFLAC are also a 0 renewal. We will talk about dental and vision and then finish up with the market results that we found through conducting a request for proposal. You want? Okay. The first one we'd like to talk about is the Medicare Advantage renewal. This program is insured with Aetna. This is a program that is offered to retirees when they become age 65. At that point, they're no longer eligible to remain in the active pool program that we have, and they are able to go to a Medicare Advantage program through Aetna. There is a renewal increase of 3.7%. This equates to the retiree, the participant, having an increase in their cost of $9.01 per month. What you see on the screen, we are recommending no change to the city's contributions, and the $9.01 would be absorbed by the participants. The next slide is the dental plan, also insured with Aetna. This was kind of a difficult renewal. As you can see in red to the right, the increase is 14.7%. And when you look at that, it's a substantial increase in a percentage view. In total increase in dollars spent, it represents $50,650. What's driving this is kind of some of the dynamics post-COVID. A lot of the dental practices, you've got a lot of retirements occurring where dentists are leaving the market. Those that are coming in are not necessarily wanting to negotiate like they did in the past. We also have shortage, labor shortages. So there's some unique factors that didn't exist in prior renewals. But I think as we go forward and you see what we have on the medical side, it more than offsets this $50,650 increase. And we're saving that discussion to the end so that as we get through everything else that is a financial budget number for the city. Vision, that's with Anthem. We have a 0 rate increase. We went back and we negotiated benefit enhancements, one of which is a pretty substantial enhancement to the coverage itself, because I'm sure at least 80% of everybody in this room is wearing some sort of corrective lens. And under vision, it would cap at 130 for frames or contacts. It's 180 under this renewal, so that's a good message. And some reduced copays for other things if you got, fancy lenses and things like that. So this starts our discussion about the medical request for proposals, the market assessment that we just completed. Looking back, I think Iris mentioned that when the city awarded their medical plan to Humana, it was effective January 1st of 2022. That was done through a similar exercise like we've just gone through, a competitive market bid. That produced $1.39 million in savings to the city's cost. And those savings, the city retained some of the savings, and $500,000 of those savings were used to do subsidies, so that the city made a conscious effort to offset the cost for dependent coverage for first responders and everyone else, the all other groups. So everyone, every employee benefited from this exercise. Well, Humana, I guess they looked at their block of business and they said, we're out. So they are no longer in commercial healthcare. They will still be doing some specialized plans for Medicare Advantage, I think.
Yeah, Medicare Advantage,
Yeah.
dental, the ancillary benefits.
Yeah, but they are no longer doing the medical plan. But for the last 2 years, it has worked out very well for the city. 1.39 in year one, a no rate increase in year 2023. So it was a really good win for the city. So now we've had to go to market, and we think we've got good news with that as well. Here are the carriers that we solicited on your behalf. We're down to the final 4, plus Kaiser, which we don't believe, and in talking with HR, it's not a good fit. The city has been there, and it just didn't work well. But the big 4 is Aetna, Anthem, Cigna, and UHC, United Healthcare. And as you can see, all carriers are A-rated companies. We always check it, get updated ratings. The first and most critical part of making any selection is let's take a good look at the network of providers that they sponsor. And as you see on here, we're Metropolitan Atlanta. All of the big 4 have very, very strong access. All 4 of them have very little disruption, and that's probably the area that we want to look at the closest, because those are the providers that your employees and their family members are actually using. So that information was shared, and you can see that all 4 have very strong networks for the area and the zip codes that we're looking to cover. A lot of numbers on the slide. I'm just going to direct you to the bottom line. If you look at Humana 2023, and in the box below, your cost in total, this is before employee contributions, your cost is $6,040,798. For the next year with Aetna, that number becomes a lot less, saving the city directly in their rates $302,000. So paying less in total cost than you're paying today. Plus, they have offered a transitional allowance that the city will take as a credit. That can be used for wellness. It can be used for putting more money into that subsidy bucket that we've been drawing on. So the impact financially on the top line is $377,000 savings for the city. So our recommendation is Aetna. We've also negotiated for the next year, which is 2025, because we're underwriters and we know what can come down the pipeline in a year. So that is, even though 14.3 seems high, at least we have a cap going into 2025. But for 2024, it's a win for the city of $377,000. No loss, no gain means all of the people covered today transition to the new carrier with no sort of funny things going on. I've mentioned the provider access, the minimal disruption. We're replicating the plan designs we have in place today. We have a wellness fund separate from that 75 that I mentioned of 30,000 to spend on a variety of wellness services for the employees. And we have performance guarantees for member satisfaction. This next section talks about employee cost, employee versus city cost, because we've talked about the total rate lines, and we've seen that there was a rate increase on dental, a savings on medical. This does a comparison of each side by side. So you can see the medical, we talked about that number, you were over 6 million today for medical, you're at 5.7 tomorrow. Dental went up 14.7%, and you see that in the top line. But on a total cost basis, they're still saving 6.3 million to 6.1 million. In the next illustration says, well, what if we don't change employee contributions at all? Even though there is a business case to be made that everything is increasing, and therefore the share for the city, the share for the participants should be adjusted each year so that down the road you don't hit a brick wall and all of a sudden have a major increase. But this illustration holds what you're collecting today, doesn't change employee contributions from their paycheck, and still the city has $251,000 in savings from the rates themselves, plus this one-time $75,000 credit. We wanted, though, to give you some options in case you wanted to, well, before we get into the options, this deals with the subsidy. This subsidy was put in 1/1 of 2022. And so if you look at the orange, you see the value of the subsidy that the city applied. For first responders, 125 for employee plus one, 125 for employee plus family. All employees got $50 for employee plus one and $100 for employee plus family. And the value of that, what is being spent from the money we saved in 2022, is approximately $147,000 that's coming out of this fund, the subsidy fund. When we realized the savings in 2022, we all went into it saying, let's divvy up the funds to carry us for 3 years. 2024 is the third and final year of that original bucket of money. Okay? So here are some of the alternatives. Like alternative one, we kind of already talked about, is hold the rates that people pay today. That's in blue. One thing that you might, some people say that's gray, but I see blue. Alternate two takes the employee and the employee plus one up 5%. In looking across the market, your family contribution is really, we don't want to take it up any more than it already is. So what you see the effect of holding rates versus maybe doing a slight adjustment, it only reduces the city's cost $24,000 a year. But it does, that business case, kind of start positioning the city for the fact that healthcare, dental care, all these programs are only increasing in cost. And right now, looking at data, you know, the trend rates are also increasing because of a lot of things that have hit the market. The dental contributions, you can look on the chart here and you see most of your employees are you know, taking employee-only coverage, so not really even covering many of their family members. But what we have done is no increase, or the alternative is to share it equally. We got a 14.7 rate increase from Aetna, and with this, they go up 14.7, we go up 14.7, and in green, you can see that the net impact of this little adjustment is really minimal. 11 cents a pay period, upward to, for if you took the highest dental option and full family coverage, it's a $2.57 increase per pay period. That is if you want to share in the fact that dental rates went up 14.7. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jessie to summarize some of the final steps that are needed.
So it is up to the mayor and council to decide on those recommendations. If you all want us to hold the line and not do any cost sharing for dental, for medical, that is pretty much the recommendation in talking it over with the staff. As Norma said, there is a case for not shocking people if we happen to have a very large increase in the future. I don't think we've increased the employee share for at least 3 years, I believe. So we're coming to you tonight, one, to respond to any questions you may have, and then to get some guidance on how you'd like for us to proceed.
Thank you so much for your thorough presentation, Councilmember Robertson and Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very good presentation. You mentioned, somebody mentioned there was a $75,000 one-time credit. Can you explain that to us?
Yes, similar to what happened in 2022, when we went to Humana, they gave us, they called it a premium holiday. And they basically gave us $500,000 worth of credits against our bill. And that was the money that we built our subsidy strategy off of. Now, we don't get a full month, but they're giving us a little bit. When the first bill comes in, there'll be a $75,000 credit. And that's acknowledging that there are costs when you transition. There are technology costs and communications might need to be enhanced, but that money is available for the city to do what it needs to do for the programs. So you could put it and add it to the wellness funds.
That's my next question. So I'm glad you're leading up. So I was happy to hear there is a wellness fund, but can you explain what that wellness looks like in this document?
Wellness strategies can encompass so many things. And every year, employers that we work with will change it up a little bit to keep it fresh. Because if you stay too long in one place, you're not going to get participation and traction that you really want to be healthier. We have people who have used wellness funds to host biometric screenings. We've had people use wellness funds to bring in a trainer or a nutritionist for counseling. Anything that is health related through a third party can come out of the 30,000 wellness fund. That is, the city, let's say you had a biometric event and you gave people $50 Visa cards for attending. We have someone here right around the corner from you that did that.
Oh, wow.
And where was I going with this? Gave them $50
Gift cards.
Yeah, the subsidies can be used
You're good.
for
Any third
just
party.
incentives. So a lot of clients will use it for incentives. They'll use it for, to fund, various events such as, walking, purchasing, you having a walkathon type thing, and they'll purchase snacks, water, or there'll be, sandwiches, things like that for different wellness events. It also, as Norma mentioned, they'll use it as a reward. So it can be used as incentives, it can be used as rewards, it can be used just to facilitate certain events. So it's flexible how you want to use it, as long as it's wellness related, and because it's been earmarked as a wellness allowance. All you have to do is submit the receipts to the insurance carrier, and they pay for it.
Ms. Norma, great presentation and great example of other cities doing that close to us. I like that, and I hope we take advantage of it. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great presentation. Can you go back to the first screen where you showed the co-payments? What families and everybody pay, individuals?
You're talking about the contributions that are coming through paychecks?
I think this,
Is it this?
keep
Go
going.
back
Yeah.
further?
You remember where each individual pay, or employee plus one, or plus family?
That would have been nice.
I think we started off first. I think that was like one of the first ones.
This is beginning here.
No, it's that way.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is the first slide
Keep going.
with
Keep
rates
going.
on it.
I think it's one more.
One more?
Keep going. Another one. Keep going. I think that one's it, right?
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I think that is it. My question is this: co-payments. I see where this looks pretty much the same as what we have already, and the transition wouldn't be that bad. But what would the co-payments look like?
Co-payments within the plan design?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
But
when they go
they're
to the
mirroring
doctors,
what
yeah.
they are
Yeah,
today.
they're
That's
matching the
they're
current.
matching the current plan design. This is premiums to participate. The plan has deductibles, co-insurance, co-pays, what do they cover? What do they don't cover? Those are where co-pays fall.
I understand that. Like, for instance, I've been going to the doctor a lot, and every time I go, it seems like I can't get out of my co-payment, because you pay the co-payment until your deductible is done, right?
Yeah.
And so what I've heard is a lot of other employees are having some of the same challenges, with the co-payment. So what I'm asking is, like, does this package, is it similar to the same co-payments that other employees will have? Because if not, then if they have to pay more, or if they have to pay less, it still will be an adjustment from their pay. Prescriptions and all of that, like, how does that measure up with the current policy that we have now? Because because with Humana, my copay went from $20 to $40, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so with this one, would it be $20, or will it be $40, or will
It's
it
going
be
to be the
$60?
same as Humana,
So it'll be $40.
$40.
Okay, all right. So, and I think you answered the question.
Yeah,
Thank
so the plan design that you're familiar with, that's with Humana, with the deductibles, 80% co-insurance, 85% co-insurance, that has been replicated by Aetna.
Thank you. And I think the next question should be, like Councilmember Renee said, every time she go to the doctor, she's paying a copay. it should be, so do they do follow-ups where you don't have to pay a copay? Because if they're going to the doctor for a follow-up, because I know when I go and it's a follow-up, I don't have a copay.
I think that may be your physician specific. Every visit
No,
to
that's
the.
my insurance. I don't
Oh.
have, no,
Yeah, that's.
but I'm saying, I
yeah,
don't,
you're-
so.
You should.
So the question is, when you do a follow-up, you should not have to pay a copay, like you're going in for a checkup, and your doctor is telling you to come back in 3 weeks, and you have to pay another copay. So I don't have, my insurance, I don't have to pay a copay for follow-up visits. So if they go for a follow-up visit, would they have to pay a copay again?
Yes.
Yes, typically, pretty much fairly standard in the industry. There's, oh, I'm sorry. Pretty standard in the industry. Any office visit is going to be subject to the office visit copay, whether it's an initial visit or a follow-up visit. That's fairly standard. It sounds like you have a great plan.
Or you're an HMO. Are you an HMO? Are you in a health maintenance one? Are you in an HMO?
Excuse me?
Are you in an HMO?
No, my plan is through the federal government.
Oh,
I'm a federal
okay.
employee.
Yeah, that's a whole different world.
Yeah, we've been there, done that one too.
Yeah, we advise them as well.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, thank you so much. One of the questions that I have too is, so recently, I have $1,000 deductible. And so I had to make a payment. And in the invoice, the insurance was credited the payment that I made, thus increasing my deductible to really $1,300.
That sounds like a process, an error of some kind. Your deductible is standalone. You have to satisfy the deductible before the plan pays anything unless it's an office visit. And in that respect, it's a copay. Or when you have a prescription drug. Or you have a prescription drug, it's a copay. That has been the plan in place with the city. We were with Cigna before going to Humana, and that is how plans
So
work.
I guess what my question is, because, and I'm sure this is what the whole Obamacare is about. You get an MRI. So Cigna has a $3,000 discount and another carrier has a $4,000 discount. So the price varies. And so I went in, had a visit, made a payment that day, then it was credited for the insurance company as if they had made the payment, which I had not. I made the payment, and then another bill on top of that. So is that an error on the insurance side, or is that an error on the Piedmont side? One, and two, I think a lot of people, including myself, it doesn't feel authentic. It feels like there's some shenanigans going on, and then you're double paying. Could you address that issue?
Yeah, I can
gonna let you
speak
take
to
that
some of it. Yeah. A lot of times what happened, because I know it's happened to me, where you'd go in for, especially some kind of imaging. And I know with me, they pulled me aside and said, okay, you got one of two ways you can do this. You can either run it through your insurance and it's going to cost you this much, or you can pay us and it's going to cost you this much. And if I pay them, it's going to cost me, to say, $500, but yet they will not run it through insurance. And so anytime you go do anything else, your full deductible is still there. Had they run it through insurance, it would have gotten applied to the deductible and your deductible would have been lowered. Whereas if they didn't run it through insurance, it gets added to it because you paid it separately outside of the insurance plan. So that's possibly what happened. I don't know the specifics, but
We'd be glad to look at it
Yeah.
and see if it's an interpretation, timing issue, or an error.
I speak a lot of language, but I ain't speak none of that you were talking.
You,
Because, and I'm gonna yield, Madam Mayor, I'm just gonna indulge a little bit. I think this is, if it's related to what Councilwoman Renee had to say. It just feels like there's so much with this and it's not very clear, because I know I caught the overbilling and the misappropriation of payment, one, and two, had I gone and just got an MRI at another place, the bill would have been $1,200 and not $5,000, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, and so that part doesn't, and so my question and how it relates to this is, I think the carrier you recommended was Aetna.
yes.
Are they gonna be as transparent and are they not, because with that last carrier, Humana, it just seems like it was a whole bunch of shenanigans with it.
Well, the providers in Atlanta are doing some creative billings. I know because I'm a high user and I see it myself. Unfortunately, that is the transition that this healthcare marketplace is going through. As Charles said, there are strategies that employers have said, it's got a name, it's called relative value pricing. And they will tell you that the most they're going to pay for an MRI is to go to the independent. You can't go to Piedmont or go to Emory because that is under that provider, very high billing. So they have plans, a lot of these Fortune 500 firms, that incentivize people based upon, I'm only going to pay X, so you need to shop around, because an MRI at a freestanding MRI facility is a heck of a lot cheaper.
Right.
No doubt. No doubt. Is it a problem specific to Humana? I have Humana. I feel your pain. Will it happen under Aetna? Maybe case by case. We hope not. Would it happen at Anthem? Could. We hope not. We have clients with all these vendors. And one-off sort of issues with billing, they do occur. It's just, unfortunately, that is the way the healthcare market is right now.
Yeah, and to make it clear, so everybody's understand what I'm saying. So you go in and then they told me, you have to pay, it was like $1,000, right? $900. All right, give us $300 now. So then I gave them $300. Then I get another bill for an additional $900.
Oh, because you were probably having to satisfy your deductible.
Right, but the deductible is $1,000. You understand what I mean?
Oh, you got
The
another,
bill was
right?
$1,000,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
and
Then
I
that's an
paid
error.
$300,
That's an error.
And
You
now I
need-
still owe $900. You see, and they credited the $300 payment to as if the insurance company had made that payment, which I made the payment towards.
Okay.
So we'll talk offline, but those are the things I know. I hear the concern, and I have those concerns too.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. And I also want to say that I think probably for the last 3 or 4 years, we're in the 5th year of the Healthy Point, our healthcare medical providers have been sponsored. So they probably, I think they're using part of the wellness funds for that. And I know a lot of residents enjoy the Healthy Point and want to see those activities continue. So I want to acknowledge the medical provider. It was Cigna sponsored, was a presented sponsor, Humana. So they've been doing that. My question to follow up around the copay and information, is it possible to get more details, or does that come after we make a selection? But to know like what the copays will be, like to
They're
see.
identical to today.
But is there a way that you can show us that?
Sure. We'd
Okay,
be
so if
more
you
than
can
glad
show us
to.
that and provide that as a part of the discussion on Monday, that'll be helpful. So
Okay.
we'll be able to see apples to apples comparison around like the after we pay.
Okay.
The other question I have is the 2025 subsidy. So I think there's definitely a desire from council to continue the subsidy. And I know the $500,000 savings we had with Humana will carry us through 2023. I think you said, or 2024.
2024 is the last
we won't
year
have
of the
to-
Humana money.
So then we'd have to use, what will it be in 2025? Is that the 147 per year?
Approximately, assuming your same mix of.
So about
people.
150,000 a
About
year.
150,000.
So we're saving, I think, between the 251 and the 75 of transition, that's about 326. That gives us 2 more years of subsidy.
Yeah,
You could,
just
yeah.
put that aside.
Just
yes.
put it aside like you
Yeah,
did the,
another 2 years of subsidy.
Okay. So that's that question. The other is on the cost share. Initially, I'm always like let's cover more for employees. And I hear you saying the market is going to keep growing. At some point, there might be a substantial increase. Should we start, a gradual release now, looking at the 14.7% increase, that would, I think at most be $2.57 a pay period or a month?
that's per pay period.
Per pay period.
That's
So
per pay
a
period.
little over $5.14 a month on the high end. Do we want to do that, or do we also want to absorb that? And if we absorb that increase, I think that was on the dental.
That was on the
That's
dental.
Is that the 50,650?
Yes.
That's the 50,000. So out of the 377 that you're going to save on the medical plan, there's going to be an additional 50,000. You could take the 377 and absorb the 50,000, which will bring you down to 327.
Which is still give us 2 more years for
And you
subsidy too,
still,
though.
yeah, if you kept that the same, you could basically have another 2 years of subsidy.
I mean, I think as we're thinking about salary increases, it's an interesting thing when you say we're increasing the salary, but then you also increase some of your healthcare costs, right? Like that's,
Right.
even if it's minimal, like I don't know if we want to do that this year. I hear you warning us. Market is going, there might be substantial increases, but I would think for this, since it's only the 14.7, I think everywhere else we're saving, right? So the
That's correct.
50,000 could absorb in savings and still continue subsidies through 2026 at minimum with savings, and not have a budget impact. Yes, those.
You're
So
absorbing the increase.
That's
And you still-
absorbing the increase in the dental.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so,
It's holding all your current contributions.
okay.
No increase on medical, no increase on dental.
Oh, okay.
Still drops 251,503 to the bottom line, plus that one-time $75,000 allowance.
Which will be 326,503, and if our subsidy is costing us about 150 a year, that should at least take us through 2026. We'll be
2026.
negotiating healthcare again by then, I'm sure. So, but that we could keep those current subsidies in place and be held cover everything without additional outlay. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? The ask is to make a decision on Monday, I guess, from a timing perspective and transitioning over and all of that. I think looking at the copay comparing to Humana and what Aetna would be, I don't hear any objection or concern about the recommendation of going to Aetna. I just think that's the one last piece that we heard questions about, and even this follow-up thing. I don't know that I experienced that benefit either. Probably haven't experienced this the last time I worked for government, but that'll be helpful too. So our employees will be aware. But thank you so much. You really helped us understand some very complex areas quite succinctly. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you put this on the agenda, is it just, we're going to be approving all of them? We'll
Yes,
approve the
ma'am.
recommendation to go with them and then they come back with contracts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, next up, Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment Housing Initiatives update, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna bring up Angela Blatch, who's our senior planner in the office, and she'll be introducing her colleague and giving an overview of this item.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. This evening, Shauna Smith, who is our program analyst for the Department of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment, and I will be presenting updates to the housing initiatives. Our first initiative is the housing assessment and marketing study that's been performed or overseen by Mosaic Community Planning. This is targeting the East Washington, River Park, and Center Park neighborhoods to get a better understanding of the existing housing market and updating strategies, including land use, zoning decisions, housing development projects, and market demand. Currently or recently, we hosted a community engagement kickoff on July 25th at the City Hall Annex. I will say we had very robust interactive conversations with the citizens that attended, and also some council members who also was in attendance. There will be additional community engagement meetings and stakeholder forums with Mosaic Community Planning. Their goal is to attend the community neighborhood meetings of each one of those communities to get feedback on those who either wasn't able to attend or just get additional conversation. Next slide. Currently, we are working on our community development block grant with Fulton County. Fulton County has allocated $130,000 to assist us with or help offset the cost of blighted properties, removal, and site clearance. The target is to demolish properties that have been deemed as unsafe structures, thereby enhancing the livability, economic opportunity, and overall vitality of East Point neighborhoods. The update on this, with the aggressive actions of the Clean City Initiative team, they have secured emergency petitions for 9 properties. Those petitions are currently awaiting court order signatures. So that process moved very swiftly, again, with the actions of the Clean City Initiative team. We advertised a ITB for asbestos abatement. We did receive 1 bid, which was out for 30 days. This particular advertisement was out for 30 days. We received 1 bid. Unfortunately, Fulton County came back and indicated that because of this is under HUD funding, 2 bids are required. So we have to re-advertise the ITB for their abatement. It will advertise on this coming Wednesday with another 30 days. And with the assistance of the procurement department, we're going to be aggressively, or they will, because I can't be a part of it, they will be aggressively seeking companies that does the asbestos abatement. This pushes our timeline back about approximately 30 days, but at the very least, before we can bring this back before council for approval of that abatement contractor. However, we're still on our schedule with Fulton County, and they are very excited about this project. Just to let you know, this is the first project of this type to seek funding under Fulton County CDBG grant, under that grant. So they're really excited about what this will bring, not only to East Point community, but also to giving ideas on thinking outside of the box for other communities in Fulton County. Recently, I read an article with the American Planning Association, and it indicated that many older adults are living longer lives on limited fixed incomes, and they struggle to meet their housing costs. This information aligns with the various housing initiatives we have researched that this council has brought before us. With that said, we are proposing a RFP for a no-cost minor home repair for seniors program. This program will offer home improvement grants to enable seniors to remain in the community and age in place. The target are seniors age 60 and up without a disability, and those age 55 and up with a disability. Currently, this particular RFP is currently being vetted, so we hope to have additional information to come before you at a later date. Just finally, some reminders of what we have ongoing. We're asking citizens, especially those within the East Washington Center Park and River Park neighborhoods, to continue to participate with the housing survey. This is housing surveys to get additional data for the housing assessment that Mosaic Community Planning is currently undertaking for these areas. The website is indicated, that link, and you can also use that QR code. This information would be filtered to our communications department so they can also put it out there on hopefully our social media platforms. And lastly, the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing Cohort, which for the city is Team Ignite, will be graduating in October. The graduation luncheon is October the 11th, and it will take place in Athens, Georgia. This would conclude our 3-year commitment with the under the GIG program. We would then be classified as an alumni status. That doesn't mean that the work will stop there, because we will still be required to do attend those particular retreats and get additional education in order to remain in that program. So that's all the information we have this evening. We're open to any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. When you talked about the program for seniors, I remember we talked about House Proud and Habitat for Humanity. I think also offer home repairs for seniors or for just people in the community at large. I think Habitat is community at large. House Proud, I think we talked about previously allocating some of our ARPA funds to try to help with senior repair. So is that the program that you're mentioning when you talk about this no-cost grant? Like, how does that coincide with the things that we've already discussed or the programs that are and partners that are already in place?
This particular program is those entities or those agencies would be, this is a program they can, RFP, if it's approved and once vetted, would be able to place a bid for. Because of the particular dollar amount that was indicated, it has to go through a procurement process. So therefore, it would then be, although it would be open for anybody to bid on, but those particular entities mentioned can also, this is also under the auspice of some of the things that they do.
Yeah, I would suggest that we do a request for qualifications instead of a request for proposal, because if we do a request for qualification, we can approve more than one vendor that meets our qualifications and gives us the opportunity to not overburden maybe one entity, but also work with multiple entities,
right,
as it relates to providing those different services. Okay. Councilman Shropshire Bailey Clemens.
Thank you. So with this program, how many homes have you fixed under this program? Or are you fixing any homes? Or are you just doing a survey of what the area looked like or what it could look like?
And this is under
The
the
GET program.
GIG program.
Yes.
Oh, under the GIG program, that was the one for the East Washington River Park and Center Park?
Yes.
Okay. That particular process on what we're doing with that is not so much as about fixing the homes. What that is we're looking to get a revitalization plan to come out of it for those communities. So it's not necessarily geared towards fixing particular homes, but as far as what enlarge those particular communities are in need of, what in those particular communities when it comes down to housing, what's best suited down the road for those particular areas. So it's not targeting a particular home or in a particular individual homes. Now through other processes or other grants that we may have, homes may be revitalized, but there's no particular target.
So once you get the information to revitalize the area, what's the next step of doing that to the area? And what's your next step to move into other areas?
Okay, so once we get the information back from Mosaic Planning, it will come before this council to become a policy. So between the interaction of council, those stakeholders, those in the community, what we're looking to come out of our policies that could be potentially adopted. So therefore going forward, so if anyone comes in, we'll just say, deciding they want to put, we'll just say apartment complex in a particular area. This policy, then we will look at it. It's almost kind of like if you look at the comp plan. What do you design for that particular area? What are you looking to do for that particular area? Does it fit within the parameters of those policies that was adopted by council? So it's a policy-driven document for those particular areas. What we're hoping to do is come out of this and use these particular areas or these revitalization plans as catalysts for other areas within the city of East Point. So we would do this possibly again with other areas, Jefferson Park or other areas within the city of East Point. So you come out of it having documents that drives housing within those areas or other guidelines as needed.
So basically, it's like rezoning areas without rezoning them, but just putting policies in place to say this will fit in that community, that will fit in that community. But what if someone decides that that no one comes to that community in a while and it still remains the same? How is it beneficial at that point, even though we have these policies in place? But if you don't have anybody coming to those areas to follow the standard of the policy, how is it going to help?
Well, the desire is, or the hope is, that not only we're looking at external persons coming in, but documents that the city can use when we go after any grants. If there's any grants out there that could help move those particular communities forward, utilizing those policies is one of the things that we can use as research that has been done for those particular areas, and when we're asking for grant funding, anything that we do. So basically what we're doing is having a document that drives, hopefully that drives that growth. If nobody comes in those areas and decide they want to build or whatever the case may be, then maybe there's something that the city can look into about, okay, what can we do? What's within the parameters of the city to help to move those areas forward? Maybe it's a public or private partnership with the developer, so those are the guiding forces. But right now, what we have is nothing in hand to say what is needed, what is there in those communities. when we look at housing assessment, we can always think, okay, well, maybe we have enough of this, maybe we have enough of that. But those documents will tell us exactly what we have and what we potentially need based off of the research, not only within the city, but they're also doing research in the area or the region to see what's to come. They're looking at not only today, but they're also looking future development as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I know you're about to graduate. You all been in the program for 3 years. What exactly have you all done in those neighborhoods? Like I know River Park, East Washington. What has happened?
We gathered a lot of information. We did initially did a housing assessment. What we found was when we applied for this program, we went in it requesting a technical assistant to get revitalization plans. We were going through the retreats, we had the facilitations. We were what we thought was on our way. Then we hit a roadblock. We were advised that they would not be able to provide us the assistance that we requested. So we were kind of at a standstill. We didn't have the expertise, and when I say the expertise, again, the stakeholders or the team members within that particular group were experts in their field, but to write a revitalization plan, that wasn't the expertise of our team. So therefore, we were relying on that assistance. We took a step back, and that's when we, or at least I had some conversation with the city manager's office about how can we continue to move this forward. And that's when we were informed that there was some funding that we could utilize to put out an RFP to allow a planning team to actually come in and do the work that we were not qualified to do. So that's the kind of roadblock we kind of ran into.
Thank you so much. What timeline do you think that you have before you to see some results for River Park, East Washington, and Center Park?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What timeline do you all have before you to see some changes in the neighborhoods you're specifically focused on?
Right now, the timeline, I will say that Mosaic Planning has to complete this particular assessment is February or March of 2024. That's when the final reporting would be due. That's when everything will be presented to, again, this council, and any particular changes will be made. From there, that time we will utilize, again, if that document is adopted, then things would hopefully be put in place, be it through grants or any funding that we have, to use that particular plan as our roadmap on implementing things within those communities. So that timeline would be dependent on a lot of variables, including financing, including there may be some low-hanging fruit we can take care of immediately. However, we won't really know until we have gotten that full plan in place.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Can you go back to the slide, the one that had the $130,000? And this was the community development. So what were these funds going to be used for?
I'm sorry?
The $130,000, this grant here, this is to demolish?
This is to offset the cost. In past years, or even currently, really now, the city, if they receive court orders to demolish blighted properties, vacant blighted properties, the city has been absorbing those costs, and then I think if I'm not mistaken, and the attorneys can, interim city attorney can step in. They've been putting liens on those properties to recoup those costs. This $130,000 will help offset that cost that the city would utilize
That the city
to.
absorbs. What's the average cost to demolish, to do a demo on a house, to knock it down, pack it up and haul it off?
That might
Just
be a
roughly?
question. That I don't know.
Depending on the size of the house, it could range probably anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000.
Okay, so
But that's based on our cost with us doing it.
okay,
It's been about $10,000 to $15,000.
okay, about 10 to 15, okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you. I yield.
Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This gives us another great opportunity, if we're doing revitalization plans, to take another glean at it and incorporate our eco-friendly opportunity for revitalizing our communities with sustainability initiatives. That also will expand your grant search. And as the city continues to go green, I think we should incorporate some of those revitalizations to make sure it's eco-friendly for our neighborhoods. And again, that's where we could totally green the point. I yield, Madam Mayor. But thank you. This is good.
Thank you. I know that you guys are wanting to bid on this project, and I think this is absolutely awesome. I think it would aid in the assistance for those communities. But I do want to tell you that the work that you guys have been doing over there has been pretty impactful. There's a lot more that can be done, especially on Felton and over there by the hospital. That's in River Park. In that area, we have a lot of drug activities and abandoned homes still. But remember where we came from, at least in 3 years or 4 years and 5 years, where East Washington had the worst blighted properties in the city. It was some of our worst areas and some of our best areas, really. But the work that you guys have been doing over there has been tremendous. When you look at East Washington and how we've turned that community around, we still have work to do. But, you know, we only still have maybe 2 bad pockets in East Washington. And River Park, you know, the work continues and we still have a lot more to do. But I'm very proud of the work that the city has done over there, especially with our blighted properties and the cleaning up in a lot of the areas. River Park is turning around, and with the other agencies that you guys have been working with has really helped us out a lot. Even with the Men of Intelligence, they've done a lot of work with helping seniors clean their yards during the summertime. And then with the blighted properties, getting them torn down and making homeowners who were out of the cities to stop holding us hostage and making those housing repairs unnecessary thing, hauling them into court. So you're doing a great job. Don't beat yourself up too bad. We are moving along. When we go to these community meetings, we're getting less complaints. Now it's more about speed humps than abandoned properties. So that tells us that we are moving in the right direction. They want more home ownership than they want renters. So instead of talking of abandoned properties and blighted properties, we're looking at other different challenges. So that tells us that we are moving the needle some. So as you look at your new grant, let's take a look at like River Park is asking for an area where kids can play outside instead of playing in the streets. You know, maybe a basketball court somewhere over there on some of these abandoned properties. So when we're looking at that, these are some of the things that the communities are asking for. They did a garden in River Park. It looks really good, but you know, sometimes, you know, that's temperament. This summer it might be good, but next summer it may be too hot. So, but the basketball for kids, some youth programs to get our young people out of the streets from playing basketball and tag football, that they don't want to go over to Milner Park. So those are kind of things that they're asking for. And I can tell if we're moving the needle based on what they're complaining about and what they're asking about. And their complaints are legitimate, and we want to carry those things through. And I do appreciate all of the work that you're doing. I think this is good. I think what we should consider is grant writers in every department. I think that we leave a lot of money on the table. I know in some cities like Sandy Springs, they have packed those departments with a grant writer. I don't think a city this size should have 1 or 2 grant writers on the, on staff. I think they should have 1 for the fire department, 1 for policing department. I think they should have 1 in the blighted department. I think grant writers should be on staff to help you to navigate, because these things can be very tricky, especially when you're dealing with all the other duties that you may have. So when we're talking about a revitalization plan, I think grant writers should be included in these departments as well to help us navigate through these difficult times. Because grant writing is a job by itself. So I appreciate all the work that you guys have been doing. The communities are growing and they are looking a lot better. Like I think River Park, it's time for us to do an updated on the parks over there. And that kind of stuff. Give those kids something to do a little bit more. So as you're writing your grants, kind of incorporate some of those things in there. I yield, Madam Mayor, and I do thank you for your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Interim City Attorney.
I just want to make a comment based on what Councilmember Cummings stated with respect to the demolition under section 41-2, well, under the title 41, we're required to actually salvage materials, especially bricks, and a lot of our houses in East Point are brick. So in a lot of instances, we're required to salvage them and they have to be demolished in that way and accounted for. So that I don't know if that will lend itself well towards what you were looking to have happen, but I want you to be armed with that information.
Thank you. Crazy question. What do we do with the bricks when we salvage them? I just don't.
Right. No, our judge orders us pursuant to the law, if we can salvage them, we are to sell them.
Oh, okay.
And whatever we get from the cost of the sale, we subtract it from the cost of the lien that's going to be ultimately filed against the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Good information. So to the point about needing more grant writer support, this is a opportunity for real shout out to Shaquita Barnes, who I think is our only grant writer. I know we had some other positions within there, but somebody left. But she has been doing an amazing job coordinating for every department. That is a lot of work. I agree with the sentiment of seeing our grant writing department grow, because there are a lot of grant opportunities out there, and she generally doesn't say no, but I know she's dealing with a lot, and we've received a lot. So I know that's not just her alone. She coordinates with staff and everyone to make sure the information gets in. And to the GIG program, I mean, that was really a technical assistance type program to help cities plan or strategize around a housing plan or a project. And because we chose areas of our city, River Park, East Washington, and Center Park, that was a more planning type opportunity. And the type of assistance, we received a lot of assistance through GIC, but the technical assistance that they provided was limited and didn't extend to creating a revitalization plan. But we wouldn't have been able to get to a point of knowing that we needed that plan and how to be able to leverage opportunities and resources to get there without the support of the technical assistance provided through the GIC program. So I just wanted to mention that. And the revitalization plan is going to help us. I mean, even as we think about development or the types of developers we want to attract, or, you know, where might be some opportunities for the city. How do we, you know, maybe want to repurpose some of these vacant lots? Councilmember Renee mentioned a basketball court. Like, what can we do to really build, revitalize a community in a way that helps the residents who live there now thrive? And we don't get so excited about just welcoming new people in. It's a comprehensive approach to revitalization. And also the legacy residents, right? How do we help ensure that they stay in their homes? And partnering with East Point Housing Authority nonprofit, like different strategies can be a part of that. And while it's just looking at one area of the city, I also think it can be something that can be replicated in others, because there are other affordable housing projects going on from developers like ADMP in other areas of the city that would benefit from the housing assessment and storage. But I think this plan, we need to look at how we replicate in other areas of the city to be able to continue to make sure we have housing that everyone can afford regardless of income in our city. And that is high quality, sustainable housing, and that we are, requiring that of developers in our zoning rewrite and different things that we can bring to bear in this. So thank you for the work that you all have done and will continue to do. And I think GIC helped us get to this place to be able to actually even come up with a strategy around it. I know we talked about a number of different things, and there are a number of different things that'll probably come up in the that will come up, not probably, that will come through the revitalization plan that will be developed. So look forward to upcoming community engagements and encourage everyone to, or do we want people just in the East Washington River Park and Center Park area to complete the housing survey, or is it open to everyone?
It's open to everyone, but they were just really pushing for those particular areas since those are the residents that would be impacted by any decisions made.
But if we get information from others, we can take that
Yes,
into
that's
consideration as well. Okay. All right. Anything else from light on? Thanks for the update. We will move to Eye in the Sky camera system from the police department, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna have Chief Buchanan come up and he'll give an overview of this particular item.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. We're going to be speaking about our citywide camera system where we would like to have a real-time crime center. We've spoken about the grant that Governor Kemp gave us. So we really didn't want to wait on this. We wanted to move forward and make sure we have adequate coverage in our city. Atlanta has the citywide camera system. We also need it because we work together a lot. So I'm going to let Cameron Breck, which is representative from Verkada, explain. This will not be a long presentation, I can assure you. It'll be very short.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Can you hear me all right? Perfect. Council and Mayor, really appreciate you guys taking the time to let me come present today. So we've been working, Chief and I, with Matt Strohmeyer of LBF Consulting, who is a third-party physical security consultant specializing in kind of the full service from grant identification. He was the one that identified the governor's grant that we used for this project, manufacturer selection, Verkada. Matt and I have worked together on projects with the city of Macon, as well as with Chief Rennie Walters, a former employee of the East Point Police Department at Savannah State and Fort Valley State. Matt also assists with selecting the state contract vendor and integrator, which is Southern Computer Warehouse for this project, and then has assisted with the site walks, camera selections, and will oversee installation and post-sales support and training. And unfortunately, Matt was not able to attend today's meeting due to a family emergency, so I'm here presenting in his place. So Chief Buchanan, Matt, and I have been working over the last year to expand on the city of East Point's current Verkada camera system. The city currently has 25 cameras deployed across the parks and bridges and MARTA stations. And we're looking to expand the police department's camera coverage across strategic areas downtown and around the city to bring all of the security cameras onto a single pane of glass, which will ultimately result in the department's ability to investigate and solve crimes more effectively. And so the reason why Chief Buchanan has chosen to standardize on Verkada is we will improve organization visibility. We're going to bring all of your cameras all onto a single pane of glass cloud-based platform. So the police department will be able to streamline investigations all on a single platform. This is going to decrease investigation times because it'll be a single system. We have AI and machine learning analytics to speed up, how long it takes to find, save, and share footage, bringing the total process down to minutes. There'll be a single vendor to manage from a relationship standpoint. We have 24/7 North American-based technology support through Verkada, as well as access to my team's dedicated solutions engineer. And most importantly, the Verkada platform is a future-proof investment. We have a 10-year hardware product warranty with next-day RMAs. There's no back-end infrastructure to maintain or replace, so there's no NVRs, DVRs, or servers. And then the system is getting better over time. We push out automatic firmware and software updates to all of our devices for free automatically. So similar to y'all's iPhones, where you wake up one morning, there's new software capabilities, and that happened overnight, automatically, and for free. That's exactly what we're doing with the Verkada system. So the cameras will be the worst that they ever are the moment they're plugged in, and then they'll continue to improve throughout the life cycle of the product. IT loves Verkada because we offer a very predictable total cost of ownership. And that's due to the fact that there's no back-end infrastructure when it comes to our system. There's no NVRs, there's no servers. All of the footage is stored locally on the camera itself, and then it is bulk uploaded to the cloud, which is what allows Chief and his team to access the footage from anywhere. There's 30 days of onboard storage guaranteed on the camera itself. There's a 10-year hardware warranty, so there's going to be no future hardware costs. Our Verkada tech support team is available 24/7 via chat and over the phone. And then there's automatic firmware and software updates, so the system is going to continue to improve post-purchase. And there's unlimited users, so you can add as many people within the department or the city at no additional cost. I will now do a brief Verkada platform demo. So this is Verkada Command. This is the software platform where you're able to access all of the city's cameras from a single pane of glass. We have an integration with Google Maps and with Fusus, which will allow the department to see all of the cameras across the city with its associated location. You'll notice all these cameras are green, which means they're recording 24/7 and are online. If any camera goes offline, the East Point team will be notified. So you'll always know where you do and do not have coverage. Here, we have our CF81 panoramic mode camera, which you'll notice is the majority of the deployment once I go into the details. This shows a 180-degree field of view. We have AI and machine learning analytics that track motion. As you can see, the direction of vehicles is shown with this green line. AI analytics around motion, where these blue tick marks are showing any time that there was credible motion in front of the camera. And then we have our 4-lens multi-sensor camera, which is ideally deployed over intersections. So there's 4 lenses in a single camera. And then we also have AI analytics around people, where you can filter by physical description across a single camera or all of our cameras. All archived footage, there's unlimited cloud archiving with our system. So you guys can pull as much footage off of the cameras itself as you would like. All archived footage can be seen in the archive section of the platform. It can be shared within the city with the click of a button, both temporarily and permanently. And it is all watermarked, so it's admissible in a court of law. I'll now go over our proposed deployment for the city and downtown, as well as the police station and jail. So the downtown and city deployment consists of 196 camera lenses total. across 112 poles around the city. And then the police station and jail deployment will be 75 cameras total, and we'll be replacing the camera system on site. Any questions?
All right, thank you so much. I will save my questions for last. Councilmember Robertson, and Councilmember Renee.
Yeah, I love the name, Vertica. Quick question, the AI analytics. Who feeds that and how do we prevent that from profiling?
We feed the information in, and I'm gonna give you a kind of example. We get a call at Target. We're looking for a person, blue shirt, red pants. We can put that in there. And what's neat about the camera system is it can show us everybody matching that description. We can pick out the person we're looking for. It will show us every person, that person on every camera they ever crossed. So we have from downtown, if they walk from the marketplace to across the street to racetrack, we can track that with these cameras. It picks up that individual. So that helps us not to pick out the wrong people.
And I also noticed that this is able to track and find footage in real time. So that's
Yes.
really good to know. Is this more, do you see this more as a preventive measure or just if something happens, you can find the person?
Both. And that's what we want. We want a preventive measure, and also we want the best camera so we can track something in live time. If something major happens, we need to be able to look at it immediately and find out what's going on. And I don't want to use an active shooter, but in active shooter cases, they may have a description of the suspect. I give you in the Douglas High School down in Florida, they had the description. If they would have had this camera system, they could have tracked that person and tracked that individual person's movements, and it would have been easier to capture. And that's what we want.
Back to AI again. Is somebody on staff being trained on this? I'm very somewhat up to speed in this, and it's a very thin line of how you feed it information and how it interprets the information, especially as it relates to culture and just us as individuals.
I totally understand that. So we're not profiling anyone. The only way we'll be using AI is if we're looking for a specific suspect. So if somebody called the police and, hey, this person robbed somebody and this is the vehicle, we can put that vehicle in the system and that vehicle will show up throughout our city based on the camera system. So we will handle that is what you're asking, yes.
Last follow-up, also, is this, I guess, software or utilized also in the drones?
We could put footage from our fuses into the drone. We have our own drones.
Right.
So we're part of that. So we can.
Is this something you're thinking about? I'm just asking.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate I love the presentation. One, I wanted to see what the camera system looks like at night. I know that we saw the day process, but we didn't see anything like what the night vision would look like and how we would track them throughout the night.
He's going to pull something up in live time right now.
All right, thank you.
That's a great question. And
Where is it dark at? Here? I don't know. I didn't make it dark. Okay.
so to start, our cameras have IR illuminators built into them, specifically for low light environments and night. But let me just break this clip down. We can go to nighttime.
Oh,
So this is last night in California.
okay. All right, so this is going to be able to read tags, pick out like different types of cars and shapes and models and all that kind of stuff. So I'm really excited about this. I noticed that we're only getting 198 cameras. Are we putting any on the Camp Creek district in that area?
So what we did was a site walk, and 198 is a lot, but compared to what we have, it's really a lot because we have 400 streets. So our goal was to put them, if a person enters East Point, leaves East Point, we can track them no matter where they go. So it's a lot of cameras.
Really? Okay. All right. So, and this is one of the reasons why I really like this new technology is because the new technology will reduce manpower. And we could put officers elsewhere in other communities. But it also kind of helps us with managing our manpower. because the cameras and the IT part of this will give us a update and I guess a current update or present update as we're moving through if there's a crime being involved. So I think this is good, and I think it'll help deter crime too. Let me ask you a question. Could we use these? I noticed that other cities, what they're doing is they're using infrared cameras for ticketing instead of pulling people over, giving police less opportunity to interact with people, more so than letting the cameras kind of like if you're speeding or if you got a tag that's out or if you got a light that's out or whatever. What happens is it gives the police officers less contact with humans or individuals, which also kind of lessen the stress and lessen police brutality as well. So are we using these cameras for any of those events, like for ticketing or anything like that?
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. So it's a lot of legal issues. In Florida, a citation is a civil issue, like a traffic citation is a civil issue. It's not a civil issue here. So areas where, right, correct. So where areas where there's a criminal liability, we don't use that. And if you remember, when we had the red light cameras, we didn't have them. Cobb County had them, and they was actually ruled in against those things. So the only cameras that we can use for citations are going to be through Red Speed, which we're working on through our school systems in terms of school zones.
Okay, so is Hateville, now I was told this, I don't really know this for sure. Hateville are using those cameras and ticketing people, because a lot of our residents, they go over to Hateville for the.
So if they're using them, it's for the school.
Okay, that's what they're doing.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got you now, and thank you for that.
And also, you said something about the cameras.
Right.
But remember, we're also getting fuses. So even if it's 198 of our cameras, we're still going to have use of all the business cameras. So we probably have about 500-600 cameras.
Oh, makes sense. Okay, so that's right. We're partnering with a lot of the residents and business owners. That's awesome. Thank
Right.
you. I look forward to the program. Thank you.
Couple quick questions. This is exciting. It's also very interesting about, like I saw when you changed it to blue and a lot of different people with blue shirts popped up. Like, it's very amazing to be able to drill down in that way. You mentioned that once a camera goes offline, East Point is made aware of it. Who repairs it and how long does it take to be repaired? Like who gets it back online and how long does it take to get it back online?
Yeah, so that would be through Southern Computer Warehouse and the install team that Matt Strohmeyer selected. And I can tell you that the team that we've selected is headquartered out of Macon. And so typically it is within 24 to 48 hours in terms of replacement times. But again, that's ballpark. I can't speak on behalf of the installers. But in terms of the offline notifications, once an offline notification is received, if our tech support team is contacted, we'll work with y'all to troubleshoot to actually figure out if it warrants sending and paying for someone to come out, or if we just need to RMA you a new camera. And so through our cloud architecture and our support team, we're going to guarantee that if you're having someone come out to replace the physical camera, that they're there for a reason.
You said RMA. What does that acronym stand for? Or just tell me what
yeah,
it is.
we'll overnight you a new camera
Oh, okay,
as per our warranty. I actually don't know what the acronym
No
stands
problem.
for.
I was
But yeah,
just
we'll
like-
just, our support agents, if
There's a lot of acronym soup around, so I try to make sure for myself and for the public that's watching. If we,
And Mayor, if you don't, let me just answer a little bit more of that. One of the reasons we chose Bricata is because in terms of right now, when our cameras go down, no one notifies us. We have no idea unless we're looking at it and see it's down. But in terms of a
is that
camera
the
going,
Fuchsia's camera?
no, not Fuses, with our current vendor.
Okay.
Their cameras is guaranteed, like outside of some catastrophic event, their latency, I think what it's called when your downtime, a year is less than an hour a year. It's ridiculous. So on their side, the camera should never go down. And if it does, they guarantee it won't be down for more than an hour. but they hardly ever go down unless somebody shoots a camera out and things of that nature.
How, you mentioned that there's unlimited storage in the cloud.
Mhm.
How long will we be keeping the footage? I know it's unlimited storage, but like, you
Yeah,
know,
so
you
it's-
go to these convenience stores, you go places and they're like, it's already backed up, right? Like it's already re-recorded over. How long will we keep the videos?
So there's 30 days of footage on the camera itself, and then on the 31st day, the first day will be recorded over. But once you guys archive it to the cloud, it's saved forever.
But is that an automated process where it automatically downloads to the cloud, or is that something we have to make sure is done every 30 days?
So you guys would only want to save archived clips for investigations that you would need to go back to. So it would just be on Chief and his team to decide what footage they wanted a permanent record of, and then they would archive it to the cloud. But yeah, it's a manual process.
So let's say we don't find out about something until 32nd day. Will all that footage be gone if we haven't backed it up? Like, we don't know where it's happened. It happened somewhere in the city, and then on day 32, we find out. But if the camera is already backed up, will we lose all that footage? Or is there a way, should we be thinking about how we maintain it, back it up longer I'm just thinking about
Yeah,
getting the
so
maximum use.
the 32nd day would be recorded over because it's first day in, first day out. However,
It goes in reverse order.
yeah, so we've worked with Chief and his team to determine that 30 days of onboard retention is sufficient for this deployment. However, we do have hardware models that can go to 60 days to 90 days, up to 365 days. So there is flexibility when it comes to onboard storage, and that can be adjusted as needed.
All right, next question is timeline for rollout.
Yeah, that's a great question. So having chatted with Matt Strohmeyer and the team, when equipment is ordered, it'll take about a week to be delivered. We have no lead times on any of our hardware. They'll need to meet with the city just to confirm, the locations, the poles, but ballpark, it is a month for when the first cameras will be starting to be hung up, from when the equipment is ordered.
Chief, when do we plan to make the order? What's your the tentative time? I know things change, but what's your tentative timeline for?
We discussed it. Once it's approved next week, we're moving forward. So October is when we want them before October, but October 1st is a hard installation.
Okay. Councilmember Robertson.
Yeah, just a quick question for Chief. How does this relate to other jurisdictions? If where somebody's here and then they go over to College Park, who has access, and do we have access to other?
So through Fusus, the other system we're getting to implement with this camera system, they have Fusus, Atlanta has Fusus, the CID has Fusus, and that's why everybody's going with the same platform. So if we're looking for somebody, we can check their Fusus cameras as well.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. Yes, and vice versa. We have a mutual agreement between the two.
I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All righty. So, question, do we want this to go on consent, or do we want to present it at Monday's meeting and then vote? Consent. For it to be on consent, we just need more information around cost, and right now it just has the presentation title. But
I will get that. I have the quote and everything, but the reason I didn't put the price on there, the court department would like to have cameras as well. And I've been talking to city attorney and city manager about that, so we may incur the cost through our grant, and we have about a couple of days to figure out that pricing.
I mean, but if it's all been covered by the grant, you can even go up to whatever the grant amount is and identify the grant in the agenda item title. You can put that.
Okay.
So we'll know what the funding source is.
Not a problem.
And then I guess we'll get a contract later to approve.
You get a contract to approve, and there's a couple of things with procurement we're doing right now.
Okay. All right. So what will we be putting on consent? Approving moving forward with Okada?
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that item is between you and the city clerk's office and the, Mr. King and interim city attorney, we just make sure that whatever we need for this item is there, because council is willing for it to be on consent. And Chief, since you're here, and I want to make sure you can, get back to serving and protecting us. You can go ahead with your update on policing.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to the comments.
Thank you for your time.
I'm going to give y'all a couple of things that's going on. We looked at some previous litigation in the past that city attorney is working on right now through our jail. I think one of the insurance providers stated that we need more nurse coverage. So I spoke with the city manager about that today. So we're probably going to have one full-time and one part-time nurse on staff. That's going to limit our liability.
I'm going to interrupt you based on I'm sorry, Madam Mayor and Council. I think this should be an executive session based on some of the stuff that it's revolving. Sorry, yes, ma'am.
The part about the litigation?
Yes, the litigation.
Okay. All right, so we know we're moving to have
Yeah.
some nursing staff. That's fine for this part. Okay.
Also, we're looking at contract negotiations with the jail as well. We house 5 cities inmates, and just based on our food cost, we have to go up in the contracts. Food has really gone up in price. So they're gonna have to pay a little bit more money for us to house them, because from an adequate standpoint, we don't need to lose money when we're housing other inmates. But because of food costs, transportation costs, all those things, gas prices, we're gonna have to go up. Also, so that's it with the jail. Resi Homes, we still have a couple complaints. So this week, I actually spoke with one of the representatives today from Resi Homes. He's coming out this week. We're going to do a door-to-door inspection again to make sure if they have any residual squatters left, we can handle that immediately. So that is this week. Just want to let all the residents know that. Something small but huge. I have given my cell phone number out, as many of you all have as well. We have a lot of residents that's calling myself or other people in reference to police matters. The problem is a huge delay in getting things taken care of. If a person calls me versus 911 or the non-emergency number, I have to ask them about 15 questions to get the information the communication operators need, and then I have to call the communication operators and give them the 15 answers. It's a huge delay because that's a lapse of time. And any emergency, I always tell people, call 911, call the non-emergency number, because what happens is I call communications, somebody else says, well, what about this? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. So I got to call the person back. Then they got to tell me, I'm like, just call the police, because it's a one-stop shop that way. And a lot of times citizens call me, hey, I want to report this, but I have to do the same thing as they would have to do. And it's just causing a significant delay in calls. We could have called some people, but they did not call the police. They called other representatives who called me. Then by the time I got to them, the suspects were gone. So I'm just asking residents to really try to use the 911 and the non-emergency number. I know you can call me after the fact, or you can call anybody else after the fact, but we really want to catch criminals at the time of the incident. And if I don't answer my phone, then they're going to call somebody else. It's just easier to expedient. If we want to catch criminals, please call the police. It's just a whole lot easier. That's it for my update.
Well, actually, since he's up here, and I know he's probably ready to go, can we do
Yes.
number 11, cameras at the gas stations or the convenience store?
Have any updates on any of the other items that are on the agenda? I know we have another cameras. It's and 22 at high-risk businesses in East Point. Cameras at gas stations, squatters. So if you have any information on any of those, items. I'm not sure. I think for the alcohol consumption hours at businesses, we were talking about looking at our ordinance to see if we need to make any changes. So you have any information on squatters, alcohol consumption hours, cameras at East Point gas stations, and cameras at high-risk businesses? If you can share that with us now, that might move us along.
Yes, I appreciate that. So with the squatters, like I said, we're going out. Resi Homes is our biggest violators, and I will tell you, in terms of squatters, we get the most complaints out of that subdivision. So say squeaky wheel gets the oil, but because of the number of complaints, and it's a corporation, we've been working with them heavily, and we're going to cite them when we do our inspection if there's any kind of violations that they're not up to code with. We're going to have code enforcement and the police out there. That's the biggest update on squatters. When they squat in an individual home, we don't have the issue because the homeowner is right there, and it's normally within a short period of time. Maybe someone went on vacation for 2 weeks. We can handle those issues quickly and expediently because that's basically burglary. In terms of, let's talk about the gas stations. Okay.
So my question is, with the gas station, about cameras at the gas station. I know Atlanta passed a ordinance in reference to the cameras at the gas station. And I remember when Chief Popham was here, he said he was going to look at that ordinance because there are things that we could take out the ordinance to make it better. One, making sure that the cameras are all working, that they are good cameras to catch, to do what it needs to do, not the low quality, but the high quality cameras. And also I want to say, like, your stores, like the Family Dollar. I went to the Family Dollar yesterday. I noticed that the window had been kicked out. They had a board over. I already know somebody tried to break in. So if you had cameras at stores like that, that you know that's an area where people try to break in, it would help. And I think those cameras actually are going to help what we're getting, hopefully in October. But if those stores had those cameras, that would help stop the crime from coming into the areas, because it's almost like it's clockwork with that dollar store. You go up there and the window is bust out, somebody tried to break in. And I think that happened with the Chevron as well. Somebody tried to steal the ATM, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So if these businesses were required to have good quality working cameras, that would help to stop the people from breaking into these stores.
So first of all, I agree. And actually, I was waiting until we got our camera system in Fusus, and I want to speak to you all about making it mandatory. If you have an alcohol license, you have to have cameras, because a lot of those businesses outside of Family Dollar, the gas stations sell alcohol. We need to tie that into their alcohol license, because it's very important that all our restaurants, not to mention any particular names, but the usual suspects, always have issues around the alcohol. So I think that'll work. In terms of the gas stations, the slider crimes. What I'm saying is I'm in full support of that, because it's only going to help keep the city safer.
Exactly. And they should be required to hold them, the video, at least 30 days.
So there's a couple of things, and I also know Councilwoman Starr Cummings called me about this as well, but a couple of things that I've looked at that's very impactful. They have to have a good high quality camera. It has to be operational. They have to hold it for 30 days. And one big issue is they have to have someone who can assess that video in about 3 hours. Because we've had so many cases where when we need the video, if something happens, the person who has knowledge of the video is on vacation. And they may not be back for 2 weeks, which means the video is going to be gone by the time they get back. And that's counterproductive. So we need to really look at how we're going to write it to make sure it's very user-friendly for the police.
Thank you, Chief. I have one question regarding the cameras before the system that we're talking about using. Is that system able to work with the City of Atlanta system? And that's the reason why you guys are trying to pick the same systems?
Yes. So when Fuses came on board, they were a pretty new company, but they've grown extremely quick because of their platform being able to utilize any camera system outside a ring. And it's never been done before. So Atlanta has it, and Atlanta has thousands of cameras, but they don't have themselves thousands of cameras. They have access to them through Fuses. And so I know Councilwoman Renee was talking about 190, but we will have hundreds of cameras through our partners, plus Atlanta, plus College Park, plus Hateville. Cobb County has it. We're going to have access to their cameras, and they'll have access to ours. But that's why we're looking at it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings, you had the cameras at high risk.
Thank you,
Business
Madam
and
Mayor.
Peace Point.
Yes. Thank you. And we pretty much just kind of touched on everything. Councilmember Shropshire, she was, something that she was looking at as well. And like I said, we started with DeKalb, and then from DeKalb, Atlanta adopted it. And now it's something that we are definitely looking forward to doing. And you and I, we had a extensive conversation, and then we just sort of talked about it. I was just trying to understand exactly what the Fuses was, because I thought it was actual cameras. But Fuses is actually just a program that's input into the system. And because we are right there at Atlanta and College Park, Hateville, all those neighboring counties that have already taken advantage of this program, I think it's a really good thing. And those things, like you said, it's most important is that we do have it, like Councilmember Shropshire said, at least for 30 days that they hold this information on, and just the easy accessibility for that. And I do have a copy of DeKalb County's, their ordinance. And like I'd spoken with the city manager just to ask permission and just kind of work with you on this. So I'll be forwarding that over to you. So you can just we can look at it. I've kind of started making some initial notes. So with you and with the city attorney as well, that we can kind of look at it and see what we can do to tweak it so that it fits specifically for East Point. We talked also, like you said, about tying it to their alcohol license. So any location, and the ones that we listed were the gas stations, the clubs, particular event facilities, like the one that sits behind Crystals off of Main Street, are different restaurants, those ones that kind of pop up that you can name or not name, Crush U Bar, but we won't. Convenience stores and hotels, but basically anybody that does sell alcohol, because 9 times that's where a lot of it either starts there or it will eventually cross paths and end up there. So I think it's a great idea. And I know when we talked about Camp Creek, they kind of have something that's in place already, but they sit in that cloud. And that's kind of how all this stuff operates. So if it's in the cloud, we'll be able to access it from the cloud. But if it's not, then we'd have to have those systems installed for each one of the cameras that they have throughout the Camp Creek marketplace, correct?
Correct. And I will say this, just kind of give you a quick update. So our job or our goal is to have a real-time crime center in East Point. We really need that. We're a metropolitan city, and this grant allows us to have that. So with Fuses, we're going to be allowed it. I think it's 15 boxes, and what the boxes are, we can give to selected businesses and say, hey, we're going to give you this box. You can load 10 cameras in here. Some of them load 4 cameras. We're wanting the business to buy in, but every business can afford the box. The box is only $250, but if we have a business that really needs it and can't afford it, at least that gives them an option to get it for free so they can assist us. So those are the boxes you're referring to, I take
Right,
correct?
those boxes.
Yes.
And like I know the thing is, the goal is also to make sure that we have that real-time crime center. So in our communications department, they'll actually have different screens up, and it'll show you everything that's throughout the system, pretty much what they just showed us here. They'll have those out. So just letting you know, we're working on doing a tour of Atlanta's 911 center so we can kind of just see how everything is set up. So we on Wednesday. And that's it. So again, thank you for this presentation. And and one more thing, when we talked about tying it to different cities, I just kind of did some research and pulled up some where they actually have this camera system. It is tied to alcohol permits. So in Macon-Bibb, Shreveport, Orlando, New York State, Missouri, they are actually doing that where they are tying these their liquor license to making sure that if they have these cameras, it's tied into there. So we wouldn't be the first ones doing it. I think it's definitely something that the city of East Point should definitely look into. Thank you. I yield.
I'm sorry, my light is not on. Let me.
So I think that takes care of items 9, 10, 11, and 22, and it sounds like we would need, I think, unless there any objection to the interim city attorney drafting an ordinance that would deal with the camera requirement at gas stations and other businesses, as well as the alcohol consumption hours at businesses and tying the cameras to that. And if that's the case, we can have those come back at the next work session. And depending on how it's drafted, you will know whether it's one agenda item or two. But it sounds like they're kind of interconnected, but I don't know from our ordinance perspective how many different sections it would deal with. Or you could do one ordinance amendment that deals with different sections.
Right. Are we saying all gas stations and businesses or just one of the other?
I think we're talking about gas stations and high-risk businesses. Legally, we don't have clubs in the city of East Point. We have people who are saying they're restaurants and acting as clubs, which is a huge problem. That's a code enforcement issue. So I'm assuming those are the types of high-risk businesses that we're referring to, as well as the gas stations. And then we mentioned the convenience stores. A lot of those are connected to the gas stations. And then I think when we look at where the cameras are going on these 112 poles, that's probably going to help give some coverage as well. But I think from an ordinance perspective, starting with gas station and high risk businesses, the illegal clubs in the city.
So that we won't draw an objection, is mayor and council prepared to define what high-risk business is, or should we just cover everybody so as not to draw an objection for vagueness on that issue?
So, I think it's probably looking at those who have an alcohol license.
Yes.
Because the ones that we're thinking about have one, but they're fronting as restaurants and operating as clubs. I keep saying that because I think that's a code enforcement issue, but, so I think it could be that, tied to alcohol license. But, I mean, there are other places that have
I was
alcohol
thinking those
license.
with like prior nuisance.
Yeah. Complaints,
Complaints and things of that nature.
Yeah.
But I'll just kind of try to make it comprehensive as possible.
So I think they might be connected as to one amendment, like looking at different sections, but we can let you all figure it out. Councilmember Cummins mentioned DeKalb. I also heard them say that, Councilmember Sharpshire said that Atlanta approved one. So if we look at those jurisdictions, what they have and what we need, and East Point knows it. All right, I think, one more thing. Councilmember Cummins and Councilman Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So from DeKalb's ordinance, they define a high-risk business. It means retail establishment that is not a convenience store and has been designated as a high-risk business by the chief as a result of having more than 3 calls for police service within 30 consecutive days, or is a retail establishment where serious crime such as murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, kidnapping, armed robbery, rape, child molestation, aggravated sodomy, aggravated sexual battery, or any felony possession or possession with intent to distribute controlled substances is a violation of Georgia or federal law has occurred. So they kind of gave, in their ordinance, their definition of high risk. So I don't know if we can kind of go from there. So I'm going to forward this
We
to
can
you.
see what Atlanta has as well. And
Okay.
Councilmember Butler and Councilmember.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to bring notice that with the new Atlanta ordinance regarding cameras at gas stations, the ordinance was they wanted to put cameras at each pump. And it's also stated that that ordinance is probably going to be challenged legally. So the ordinance in Atlanta, the ordinance is the city of Atlanta wants to put a camera at each pump, not a camera at the stations. And that legislation is going to be challenged legally. So I just wanted to put that footnote in there. We could probably have the dome cameras and cameras we're accustomed to, but they wanted to put cameras at each gas pump.
Thank you. And I would say high-risk business or business that constantly get broken into, such as the
Family
dollar
Dollar.
store.
Right. Thank you. I hope y'all have a good night. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
All right, next up, item number 5, downtown East Point Commons redevelopment. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to have our Deputy City Manager, Denise Elias, who will give an overview of this item. Also, she can introduce our guests from My Match, XL Lewis, Chairman and CEO of My Match Development Group. And so I'll start out with Denise and turn to her.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Janisa Elias, Deputy City Manager for the City of East Point. The item before you tonight is the purchase sale agreement for the downtown East Point Commons redevelopment project. I will tell you that the agreement was not attached to the agenda because it is a real estate item, which we will be able to discuss in executive session on next Monday. However, I did want to give you all hard copies of the document so you'll have time to review it prior to executive session next Monday. But the purchase sale agreement.
So hold on.
Okay.
Since this is an executive session item, should we be discussing any of it? If we're gonna, I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, I mean, we can possibly get an update on the project, but I don't think we need to. Either we're gonna handle it as an executive session item or a public item. And just because items. So I'd be interested to see the designs that they're moving forward with, and I hope it's some better exterior, but I don't know if we have that update tonight, if we want to just wait for that on Monday as well. I know we have Attorney Charles Johnson here with us, who is our TAD attorney, Tax Allocation District, for those watching. So, and he's been involved in this, but if we're saying this is going to executive session, I'm not sure what this public discussion we're having unless we're getting an update on the project and design.
Also attached to the agenda tonight is a summary update of activities that have taken place, which can be discussed. I just wanted you all to have the hard copy of the document so that you would be prepared for next Monday's executive session.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the reason I paused you is because you start talking about you start saying the purchase sale agreement. So I didn't want us to get too far into that. So go ahead, Ms. Elias. It's the purchase sale agreement will be an executive session discussion. We have it to look at, and then the overview.
Correct. So just to give you all an update on items that have occurred since the last quarterly report was given, the development team held a community meeting on June 1st, in which they presented the schematic design plans, as well as they had the copy of the land disturbance permit plans available for review. They also kind of gave an overview of their next step items as the developer for the project. On June 22nd, their general contractor, who is a part of the team, Show Construction, hosted a contractor meet and greet on June 22nd here in the City Council chamber. We had approximately 36 vendors to participate in that contractor meet and greet. The development team has added Cushman and Wakefield to their development team, who will be responsible for marketing and property management of the entire development. The development team has also resubmitted the land disturbance permit plans for review. That resubmittal was done on August 7th, which was last Monday. The developer indicated that they have received and secured an executed letter of intent from Grady Health System, East Point Health Clinic, to be a part of the development. And the developer also gave us information that they have secured their construction financing through CERT Capital LLC. Just for information, the two most critical items that are before us are the execution of the purchase sale agreement, as well as approval of the land disturbance permit plans. Once our internal review is completed and our departments have found that the LDP plans are in compliance with our code of ordinances, those plans are then submitted, the soil sedimentation component of the plans are submitted to the state for their review and approval. And the state can take up to 30 days for review of those soil sedimentation plans. But once the state has completed their review, then the land disturbance permit can be issued. And Mr. Excel Lewis is here if you all have any additional questions regarding the development. Attorney Charles Johnson has been a part of our legal team with respect to drafting some of the other legal documents associated with the project.
Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you. So, Ms. Elias, and this question may also be for the developer too. So we received a PSA, purchase sale agreement. How long does it take for us to execute this, or what kind of timeline should we expect from this?
Well, we want to be sure that any document you all execute as mayor and council is a document that you all are comfortable with. Yes, is it critical to get the dirt turning? Yes, but we wouldn't have or ask you all to approve a document that you're not comfortable with. Additionally, there is another document that will be coming before you that will be between the city of East Point and the Downtown Development Authority. So that's also a part of this process.
So does that mean that, so we're getting this document today for review and executive session on next Monday?
Correct.
Okay. One of my concerns or questions is meeting the expectations which we've put out for our residents. And we've kind of pushed this back several times. What is the reality of us having this done by September as we promised the people?
I can only speak from the perspective of the review processes and the draft milestone schedule, based on the fact that the resubmittal of the LDP plans just took place last Monday, and the fact that it does have to go before the state for review, which can take up to 30 days. Right now, the projected timeline for any type of land disturbance groundbreaking is November 1st. But that's also given if the purchase sale agreement along with the land disturbance permit has been approved.
So there's no way to meet the expectations of the people that we put out there? Like, do we have to have, can the purchase sale agreement precede the LDP?
That's our interim city attorney response, or our attorney that's representing the city, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, that's it.
Attorney Johnson.
That Attorney Johnson, respond, please. Mayor and Council, Attorney Charles Johnson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I would defer to Ms. Elias on the sequencing. But it seems to me that the PSA is something that's been a long time coming, and as soon as it's ready, we would want to submit it for approval. And the LDP is on its own timeline as well. I think they're kind of independent of each other.
So, Mr. Johnson, thank you for your time. I have a couple of questions to follow up with you then. Do we know how long has this process been for us to have the PSA? It's been going through, do you know how long we've been going through this process?
This body, I believe, approved the development agreement, or at least it was executed about 18 months ago. And we've been working since that time on the PSA.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll reserve my questions, Madam Mayor. I'll let somebody else come in.
Councilmember Roberts.
Well, I wanted to just make sure, since they were here, that if they wanted to get up and speak. I saw Attorney Johnson got up. I am too very excited about this, but I'm also very concerned. 18 months is a long time. I know staff has a lot of investment. There's a lot of expectations for the community. We are so close to breaking this dirt. I want to make sure that we put this on a high priority. And I'm going to yield.
All right, so the executive session discussion will happen on Monday. I'd like to see the designs, the actual final designs that we're talking about. And I'm hopeful that the exterior looks much better than the very generic exterior that was shared. I don't know if that was just a concept, but if we're talking about a purchase sale agreement and selling this property, we need to know what's being built. How many units, who are they for? Like, there's a lot of questions, and I'll try to get those answered this week, but those are top of mind for me. So this won't go on the agenda per se for Monday because it's an executive session item. We just need to make sure we remember we have at least one real estate item for executive session on Monday. And I think that's all that's needed for this right now.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you to Mr. Excel and to Attorney Johnson for your patience this evening. Councilman Butler.
Yeah, I want to give other people a chance to talk. I do have some other questions. So, Mr. Excel, Mr. Lewis. So there's a couple of things. This is where I think it's very important. We first said that we were going to have this done by January, then April, and now we're in September. Right? And now we're proposed November. Is there a way for us to speed up that track, and how can we do that?
So I want to understand your question specifically. So first of all, good evening to Madam Mayor, and Council, and City staff. In regards to your question, if you're asking if there's an opportunity to have a ceremonial event in coming of the groundbreaking, that can actually absolutely happen. In regards to a previous question that was posed in respect to ordering of the LDP as opposed to the PSA and what order that must happen, and the legalese can speak to this better than I can. But the developer has to have control of the land prior to the LDP. So LDP is land disturbance plan. It's been my experience that no developer can actually order a LDP prior to the land being conveyed to that particular developer. So we are working at risk, but we're working in good faith. So I want to take a step back and also further explain some of the process here. And I think that the deputy city manager and the city manager, as well as Attorney Johnson, can also speak to this. But in respect to the process of the approval of the purchase and sale agreement, Ms. Elias is correct that it must first go before council. After it goes before council and is approved, it's already been agreed upon by the development team as well as the city. So it's being placed before the council for consideration. So once the council approves, then it's my understanding, and this is more of a city process, but it's my understanding that the city cannot convey land directly to a developer. So with that said, the land has to be conveyed from the city to the Downtown Development Authority. And then the Downtown Development Authority can convey the land to the developer. So that's my understanding. We just had our final meeting on Saturday with six attorneys that are much more intelligent than I am. And we were talking through those finer points. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. So what I heard was that the PSA, which is the purchase sale agreement, if agreed upon by the council, can be executed. And then that will that is something that's independent of the land disturbance permit. But once you complete that, then you're able to turn dirt.
After the PSA is agreed upon by the council, then it goes to the Downtown Development Authority.
Yes.
And then the Downtown Development Authority, after it's gone through their legal process and is approved on by that particular process and that authority, then it can be conveyed to the development team. And I said that we're working in good faith in regards to the LDP. We have made considerable progress in regards to the LDP. As Janisa stated, the LDP has been submitted, and it has gone through an initial review. Some comments came back from the city, of which our civil engineers responded to those comments, and it went back to the city. So the review date completion is the 22nd of this month. So by 5 p.m. So that means our civil engineers and our project manager and our team is able to get the comments from the LDP at earliest by the 23rd. Great thing is that's next week. So if in fact that is approved, all those elements are approved without any further comments or suggestions from the city, then it can go to the next process, which takes, as Janisa, our beautiful deputy city manager alluded to, it takes about 30 days for that process. Now we might, and I'll say this with a condition, and this is where the legalese have much more experience in terms of process. It's a question whether we can put forth the PSA prior to, or the LDP to the state prior to the PSA being fully executed. We believe, and we're working in good faith, that is the case, that we can go ahead and put forth that LDP to the state. My assumption, and I'm just making a blanket assumption, is that the land needs to be conveyed and the PSA needs to be fully executed by the Downtown Development Authority and the development team prior to completion and full approval of the LDP that's in question.
I don't have any other questions. I do thank you for, well, in fact, let me ask the city manager. Mr. King, what do you think our likelihood of getting Mind Match their land disturbance permit back in a timely fashion?
Well, depending on if their plans are all together, they've got their design development team has got the plans together. If they've got their whole team together, normally like for a project like I did for this one, you can fast track the civil work if you got that team together. And because this is it's like a design bid build package they've got. So if he's got his team together, they can fast track and then get the project moving, because you can move the civil engineering first before anything else. So it depends on where he is.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll reiterate that process has already begun. There's been one round of review. We're in the second round of review with the city. And the date for comments back from the city's review team is the 22nd by 5 o'clock, so which is next week. And then we're able to find out what the responses were from the city on the 23rd, by earliest on the 23rd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any further questions.
Councilmember Robert.
Yeah, this question's for staff, actually. Deputy City Manager, you mentioned the state. What actually role does the state have? You said up to 30 days.
Yes, I did want to provide clarification to something Mr. Lewis said. And Attorney Johnson actually stated it earlier. The purchase sale agreement and the land disturbance permit plans are separate processes. So review of the land disturbance permit plan has nothing to do with the conditions and terms in the purchase sale agreement. However, in order to turn dirt, you must have an approved land disturbance permit. As was stated, they resubmitted on August 7th. We have to give our staff enough time to review what they've resubmitted to ensure that the plans, the civil site work is in compliance with our codes that are in place. If staff finds that the plans resubmitted are in compliance, the soil sedimentation plans within the set will be forwarded to the Georgia Soil Water Conservation Commission for their review and approval. That's what can take up to 30 days because they have up to 30 days to review and approve those plans. If GSWCC approves them, they will send them back with the stamp on them. Then our team internally can place the stamp on the land disturbance permit plans. Pre-construction meeting will occur. LDP will be issued. There's a notice of its intent and some other items that occur during that pre-con meeting when land disturbance permit is issued. I think I answered your question.
You actually did. Just a light follow-up. When you submitted to the state, are we interacting with the state or are we just waiting for them to get back with us?
If I remember correctly, our stormwater group within Water Resources actually is charged with sending those plans to the state because it has to do with soil sedimentation, runoff, erosion control. And the state is looking to make sure that we have, or that the developer has designed those best management practices within their civil site design to ensure that runoff is not going to impact any of the other parcels or properties that surround the site. And yes, if there are issues, there is contact between the city and the state commission.
Thank you so much. You did a great job. I still like to echo this should be in a high priority. And yes, we do need to see new designs, as Madam Mayor said. I yield.
All righty. So executive session Monday. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
We will move to item number 8, bank-owned housing in the city of East Point. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And this item has been on the agenda for quite some time because we do have a lot of vacant property. We have a lot of vacant homes in the city that we really don't know who own them. A lot of the homes are owned by the banks. So what we talked about in the past is how do we partner with someone to try to get to have renters to purchase homes? How do we find out what process do we need to put in place to find out who all owns what vacant home in the city of East Point? And how do we get a program like we've talked about in the past where our first responders, our teachers can come in and purchase these homes? Do we get programs in here to work with banks, to offer lending process? What is it that we need to do to move some of these vacant homes and fill them up with homeowners?
That for the city manager, our interim city attorney? Or
It could
just
be
us?
for both, because I know the question has been posed to the interim city attorney several times.
Mr. King or Attorney Weems?
You know, there's programs we could look at. You know, it's funny. Is Jeff back there? I know I just doing for a surprise.
Yes, sir.
Come up for a quick minute. I know I'm just throwing you for a curveball here, but come up for this minute. We talked about this briefly last week about how we can look at properties which we can put together in a package to see how the city can take those properties, turn them around, and maybe probably utilize them for staff, things of that nature, because other cities were doing that. We talked about that briefly last week. It's funny, we talked about that last week.
Yes.
And there are programs that we can mirror that do just that, and work with the city attorney and his expertise as well. Go ahead, Jeff, talk a little bit about that.
There is a company, it's called GTS. And what they do is they collect delinquent, not collect, but they collect for the city's delinquent taxes. And what they would do is from that point, they forward all letters and file all liens and sell them on the courthouse steps. The only thing we pay them is for the letters. And then we recoup everything else comes back to us. So they will go to the courthouse steps or right here and have a tax sale of all unpaid liens. And the ones that don't sell, we start back over on the process again. So it was approved, I think, back in 2000. I want to say 2010 or 2013, but we never used them. So that package that they had is on file, and we never used them. So I have someone looking into. I've talked to procurement to see how we can go about getting them back and having them do that process for us. What it does is it saves us a lot of time and money, because normally you would have to have a full staff of property tax billing and then property tax delinquent. But we only have 2 people. And what it does is you don't have to have another person on staff, but you do have to have people that will go out and post these properties. And you have to have protection when you post these properties. So it has to be done with either police or, I forgot the other name, but that they will go with you to post these properties. And you have to have the letters done legally. You have to have all your paperwork done. You have to have all of your, when you send it through the mail, you have to have the green slips. Everything has to be done. They do all of it. And the only thing you have to do is provide them with the delinquent accounts.
Anything else, Councilman? Okay. Anyone else?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So no, this question will be for you. So the way that process works is they do have, so you have a list of homes delinquent, hadn't paid their taxes.
Mhm.
We'll go through all the necessary paperwork. Then we'll say, we got this block of homes, 15, 20 homes. We're gonna go out on the court steps and we're gonna sell those tax liens, correct? I mean,
Yes.
the delinquent.
Yes, ma'am.
So I go and I purchase one of these houses. You still have to wait a year, is that not correct?
You purchase the lien.
You purchase the lien.
And then you have to wait a year. And
have to wait a year.
And from my time at DeKalb, they have a year. And then at that point, the person that purchased the lien has the ability to collect on that lien
Right.
up to 25%.
Mhm.
If they don't collect on that lien, then they start the process of owning the home.
Right.
So it's not like you buying the home, you're buying the lien
Buying the lien
with the
for a
hope
year.
that you can buy the home.
Okay, now, the thing about that, because I go to these tax lien sales,
Yes, ma'am.
The problem that we have with that, and it's a good question to ask, so Councilmember Shropshire, what happens is you have investors that come
Mhm.
and they'll actually go out there. So if those liens, let's just say they have 25 or 30 properties, these investors, they come with $500,000. And what they'll do is, because even it may be something that's $2,500 or whatever, by the time they go in and they start that bidding war, it's pretty much that same cycle all over again. Because they have so much money anyway to even purchase those liens, they're willing to wait it out. And sometimes, the homeowners will come back and they'll actually purchase it. But a lot of times, more than often, you still have those same
Yes.
groups of investors, those banks that are owning the property. So we kind of back at square one. Not saying that it doesn't work, but a lot of times that's just what's happening. And that's another opportunity that they seize when they go in and they do it. So we can do it and it may work, but not more times than often it doesn't, because those same people, they're going in there, they're buying up those properties. They're buying them in lots now.
Yes and yes.
Okay.
There are people that will get a lot of properties. They will go out and they look for these properties.
Right.
And you have to publish a listing of these properties. So anyone that sees the listing can come out and bid on those properties. So yes, it's a possibility that it could fall into the same thing over and over and over again. But what happens is that I'm not trying to say it in a monetary value, but we have the money that we need from that property to take care of that. So it helps us as far as delinquent taxes and bringing in our funds. But as Councilwoman Cummings said, it is a drawback to it because those that have money can buy it. And they do what they do, which is they either fix it up, sell it, let it sit there, and you run into another cycle. So that's how it works.
Councilmember Shropshire.
So we basically end back up with the problem that we have, because now you have investors coming in, buying up all the homes, just like pretty much the bank have all the homes, and they make it where people can't afford to pay the rent. And we're trying to make it affordable for people to purchase their own homes, make it comfortable for them. So we need something in place where, one, we know who owns the bank-owned homes or the investor's home, and how do we what is it that we can do as a city to turn these homes into homes for first responders, your teachers, your doctors, your nurses, stuff like that, to put people in the homes where they can own the home.
Can I make a statement on something? A person can buy a lien right now. They can buy a lien on a property right now, and they don't have to go on the courthouse steps. They can purchase a lien right now. And at the end of that time, a year, they can still go out and do the same thing. The only thing is that when you do it the way they do it on the courthouse steps, you have paperwork that gives you the opportunity to own it. But when you buy a lien, if you walked into the East Point right now and purchase a lien, you can buy a lien on somebody that hasn't paid their taxes. But that's as far as it goes. Because at the end of a year, they have the opportunity to pay back that 25%.
All right, so it sounds like we're looking at a potential program, like, when do we think maybe bringing this back, September or October? When do we think we'll have been able to look at what we just kind of talked about and have something to kind of respond to as it relates to what you all are thinking about?
Now I can put together your package if that's what you want to have, and give it to city clerk so it can be sent out to everyone.
So September works, it sounds like the work session in September, maybe we have something to discuss or look at if interim.
If I might, Madam Mayor and Council, and Councilmember Sharpshire's question with respect to what can be done. The state of Georgia is a very strong property rights state. I checked the last time we were here, somebody had mentioned, I can't remember who it was, that there are some other cities, particularly down south, that created an ordinance where they banned rental properties. That is true. It was the city of Stockbridge. The city of Stockbridge also was sued, and I spoke with their city attorney, Quentin Washington, who indicated that they have now voided that ordinance because it is unconstitutional based on what was written. So to that end, that does not exist any longer. What we can do, and it depends on what the goal is. If the goal is to gain some type of registry where we know who has the house, whether the house is vacant. There are other cities like Jackson, like St. Louis, Memphis, that have created these registries. And if you don't live in the city, even if you do live in the city, if you own a property, you certainly have the responsibility of registering that property. It's similar to what we have, but a lot more teeth. So you could do that, but if your goal is to try to prevent it, I'm just not sure how you prevent it, understanding that the law is very strong in that instance. With respect to the tax issue, this is akin to those of us who've been here throughout the years and remember, Vesta, and the stuff that the Vesta went through with municipalities and the counties, because you're buying tax debt, and you have to foreclose on a tax deed or a tax 5A, and you do have a right to redemption for 365 days plus one. And when we have those cases that come before the court, the judge is even tied to be able to give an order, with the exception of saying you are allowed to go onto the property to secure your investment. That means just cut the grass, make sure nobody's able to break into it. So I really just need kind of guidance from Councilmember Shropshire of what the goal is. If the goal is to prevent the renting, or if the goal is to collect data with respect to who is doing the renting.
Thank you. So the goal is basically to collect the data as to who owned the property, and if the city can come up with a program like we talked about in the past, and I think we worked with Georgia Tech. They did GIA map of the property, of different properties in the city of East Point, and look at how we can get programs or put programs in place to get people to purchase the homes. We're not trying to prevent renting because like they did in Vine City, where they raised the rent so high that the people couldn't afford it, so they had to move out. So we're not trying to prevent people from renting a home, because a lot of the homes are vacant and owned by the bank and owned by investors. So if we know who owns the property.
All right, that helps with some guidance. Councilmember Butler, and we'll put this on second work session.
Madam Mayor, I think that I have the solution to the problem. I already put this on, we talked about it once with our non-owner-occupied certification. As I stated in that previous presentation, we would go, and if you are a non-owner-occupied home, you can limit the amount of homes that those people own, charge a fee based on the 17,000 homes that we have. I calculated that we will earn $2 million if we charge $250. This legislation was modified, and it's in the process of being modified from something that was in another city. And so that's how we solve the problem. We earn money, $2 million, which can go back to help subsidize and we allow the legal people to figure out how do we do that. And we create a registry of all of those properties that are non-owner occupied. And from that, then one of the problems that we have also is we have the people that are not the looters, what do you call them here? The squatters. We have the squatters, and we have people they're not here, they're absentee. So the legislation you would have to have an agent that represents you here. So then that eliminates the problem of not being able to reach them in order to persecute squatters or for code enforcement issues. So you solve that problem, you earn $2 million, you have a list of all these properties that the people own, and by limiting the number of properties that they have, then that pushes properties back into the system for people to buy. So I look forward to once we have a completed ordinance so that we can review, but it solves all of these problems.
I just have a clarifying question. When you say non-owner occupied, are you talking about rental units, like all rental units, or are you talking about, vacant houses aren't occupied, but it sounds like an assessment on all rental property in the city. Is that what you're talking about, or something different?
No, that's a great question. The way it's specified, it would be single-family rental properties. And so if you own a property that's outside of, if you own a rental property here in East Point, you would have to register that property. And there will be a fee associated with that property. So it wouldn't affect apartment buildings, but it would be for single-family homes. And that's how we can start to get our registration of who are these people, who own them, and where are they. The ordinance seeks to solve the problem of these absentee landlords that don't live in the state, and we can't serve them with code enforcement issues, with squatting issues, or any of those things. So to answer your question briefly, it's just for single-family homes. And I had the numbers last time we spoke, but I don't have them now.
And you said that there's an example in another city. What city?
Yes, ma'am. I have it in my notes from last time, but I don't have it with me now.
Okay, just let me.
There's so the city of East Point actually already has that very ordinance under 7-8001 of registration of vacant and foreclosed single-family real properties. And it requires just what Councilmember Butler was asking for. I'm not sure if we can, we can always amend it to put more teeth in it or add something else, but it requires an agent with an individual place of business in this state at which he or she is authorized to accept inquiries, notices, and serve as a process on behalf of a vacant or foreclosed real property owner. So, that's the one we've used in before, but maybe you guys are looking for something that's not.
No, it would be an extension of that because it would be for non-owner occupied single-family homes. So if you own a single-family home and you're renting it out, you have to register that. And per what you just mentioned, those things will be required, plus it would be a fee. And the fee that was charged before, and I don't remember the name of the city, was $250. And based on the numbers of homes that we have that are non-owner occupied but single family, it could potentially net the city $2 million, for which we could put in the programs which Councilmember Shropshire has mentioned. So it's something that can work together along with her wanting to provide housing for our first responders and teachers in that way. So that's how we can fund that program.
All right, that's so for the record, Madam Deputy City Clerk, item 15, we kind of just discussed some tonight, but it can still be on the September work session, kind of connected with the owner. What is it? Bank-owned property. I'm about to say, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I understand what Councilman Butler's, I understand the process, what it is that he's talking about. But can we charge people a fee for owning for having rental property in the city?
I think our city attorney says
Yes.
we have a local ordinance that deals with that too. From my landlord tenant days, I was wondering the same thing, if we can
Right. That's to say
require
that-
people to register or rent, but it sounds like we have something that they can look at.
Yeah, so I understand about that they need to have that they should have an agent if it's a rental property, but I'm saying, can we assess a fee to a homeowner because I have a rental property in the city? Can we enforce making me, if I own a piece of rental property, can you enforce making them pay a fee for it?
I have to research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I know that with the short-term rental, we use Granicus and they track some of this, for short-term rentals. Is there any way that we can, I don't know, utilize what we're already getting from that service to assist with that?
I think that we would have to look at the current contract to see if it could fit within the scope or if that will require something separate. But I mean, that is an existing vendor, so they could take a look at that as well. I got Granicus, the existing ordinance 7-8001, the program that was mentioned. I think they're kind of all connected. So September work session, if we can, Granicus got pulled into it too. Yep.
Yeah.
So y'all have a real healthy discussion before next work session on September 11th. I drew me a little line connecting the dots and what's a part of it. Okay. All right. So we got September work session. Item number 12, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just would like to hear an update from the permitting process department in terms of any strategies you've come up with. I know you talked about 6 things you were working on to improve the permitting process, including perhaps 6 positions, express counter, consultant to support the process, looking at a different system, project management and a project manager, and then also perhaps filling unfilled positions. So any updates you have, that'd be great to hear those.
Thank you, Councilmember Bailey. You hit on some good stuff there. We got Kimberly Smith, our Director of Planning and Development, also Taylor Solomon, our Associate Planner, who's here to give you an overview and a presentation to talk about that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, fellow council, Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. Just to give a brief overview of what we talked about back in March and some of the items that was on that list prior to us getting a development focus group together in May and June of this year. We've had many meetings amongst our staff as well as with the community. Public surveys have been provided and some of the results have come up, and not surprisingly, a lot of the recommendations, the preliminary recommendations from those surveys overlapped with what our team had already put together. So I'm just going to go over a few of them here, which Councilwoman Bailey has kind of provided an overview for as well. Items 2 through 5 deal with supporting our staff, just providing more support as far as manpower to accommodate our customer service. We are looking to dedicate a staff to our phones, which we actually have in place currently through temp provisions. We also are looking to hire a dedicated project manager who would work as an ombudsman to pretty much oversee all of our development projects, going from our concepts to land disturbance, preliminary platting, and our building permitting and plan review process. This item was actually a recommendation from the 2017 Matrix report, And we're looking within our current budget to allocate some funds to potentially hire sooner than later. Item number 4 pretty much covers our permitting division and just basically getting additional staff to support our already high demand for their services. Item number 5, which is temporary support for our plan review, getting certified building professionals in to assist with the backlog that we have in our plan review for our building permitting services. We do have an RFP out for this item, and we're really looking to see what can come of that, because we're trying to provide for support and services through any avenues that we can get them. Item 6, we've also proactively started vetting for a new permit tracking system, and our staff has met with at least 2 providers so far. So when we do come in with our final overview and recommendations from our task force and focus group and have received all input, we'll already be up and ahead of the game as far as what type of company we would have already vetted, what they can do and how they would best suit the needs of City East Point, our development processes. Another item that we looked into that overlapped with the focus group recommendations, preliminary recommendations, is a kiosk for the planning and community development lobby, just to provide for extra coverage and service support for our customers that walk into the building for assistance. And then our 8th item is implementing an express permit counter for our small projects. This item will need a little bit more research as far as how we would implement it, but we're feeling very confident that this will really help out our support services and moving our projects through the process more expeditiously. Next slide. Low-hanging fruit was listed on the previous slide, but just next steps in general. We're looking to review the results of the customer service surveys that were conducted by Turnkey Solutions, who we're working with for our customer service. We're looking also to look at the results of the surveys to finalize the list that I just spoke about, to provide for key implementation items and prioritizing those items and providing funding for the items that end up being finalized. And also to provide for an implementation timeline and recommendations. We're hoping to have recommendations to bring back before this body in September and October of this year, which is basically next month. So that's our overview for now, to date.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you go back to the previous slide? Quick question as far as number 6. You say started this process in June 2024. Or are you saying that you're gonna start it? Or should that be 2023?
We proactively started this process in June of this year. So we've met with 2 companies so far.
Okay. So that should be 2023, not
It sure
2024.
should. Thank you.
Okay, that was just my other question. And then looking at what you mentioned that was needed, you've covered everything on here. You did talk about having a consultant. And I know that in the 2017 Matrix report, there were some recommendations and you are implementing some of those. Are you going to explore that as an option, having also a consultant? But this covers everything you mentioned. And the fact that you're moving forward to doing that, I think that's really exciting. But as far as the consultant, that's the only thing that you didn't cover. And maybe you feel as though you don't need it, but I know that that's one of the things that you listed when we spoke about it in March 13, 2023.
That's correct.
Okay. So is that something you might consider?
Absolutely. We'll add it to the list. It may have been an oversight.
All right. Thank you so much for the report. Looking forward to seeing that work. I do hear a lot from residents. When I was campaigning, this was the top of my list. So it was one of the things I really wanted to focus on, which is why it's been on the agenda for each work session. And we are seeing some progress here. I feel like it is connected to development in our city and also, I guess, morale in our residents as far as when they're wanting to get something simple done, like a fence or expanding their home. So I just see this as being very positive. So thank you for all your hard work, and I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the update. Thanks for putting this on the agenda. The development focus group, how many actually participated in, and is it over?
The turnkey solutions is pretty much managing that process, but I want to say the list that we have is over 30 members on the focus group team.
Okay, yeah, no, that's all I had. I just wanted to ask that question. This has always been somewhat as a problematic issue for community and for those who go through the portal of trying to get permits. So, and this is really helps out. So thanks for bringing this to the agenda. I hope we can find a way to continue to move forward in this area. There has been a lot of work in this. So thanks again. I'm excited about getting a dedicated project manager. I think that's going to be very well received for the community and as well as your department and staff for moving forward. So thanks a lot. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Bradley, do you want this back on the September work session or? Okay, September work session, Madam. Thank you for your presentation. Madam Deputy City Clerk, number 14, ARC Green Community Certification Employee Commute Options, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, this is technically part of a resolution, amendment for the resolution. Background when we, thanks to council, we unanimously supported the Green Communities Initiative for ARC. In that initiative, what we've been working on with the Green Team, with staff and others is how do we continue to take a bite out of the green apple for the city of East Point. And what we have done is we have put together in reference to our certification, I have about 7 or 8 in the pipeline of resolutions that are coming down of, again, what we call low-hanging fruit. This one focuses on employees. So we had this on the agenda and we wanted to follow up as it works with public transportation. As it works with public transportation, I've met with MARTA, and I'm happy to announce that we are going to be part of the MARTA Partnership Program at no cost. This will really help out employees and will incentivize them. But I want to pivot real quick. We had a presentation earlier about the comprehensive program for employees. I would love to see every new employee get a Breeze card so they can come out and start the process of catching the train, or at least have the option to doing that. When you start using public transportation, it's less wear and tear on your car, for one. And we really want to make sure that that works better for our employees. It will incentivize them. People, our staff, we can use this for going to meetings across town. We can use this as we go to the airport. We can use this going to events. But we need to really think about reducing that burden for staff. There was a survey that took place in reference to the National Safety Council. You are 170 times safer using public transportation than driving. So as we put this on the agenda for next time, I want staff support. As we continue to make the city green, we want to provide an incentive for our employees so we continue to do a green commute. And I want to thank Ms. Janisa for every time I got information, I would send it to her and we would bounce back and she would review it. And in a really quick response, and it was very important for me. And I want to thank Mr. Kevin. He came out and met with me and provided all this information for our government program that costs no money. With this incentivized, it can go saving from 5% to 20%. This is a great initiative. What I challenge staff to do is try to educate employees to use public transportation. That will help out the hybrid working situations. Some people work 4 days on and some days off. Those initiatives all help out in the green commute. So the resolution is already on the board. I did not get copies because why? We're eco-friendly. So therefore, we didn't print our copies. We just have it on the board so you can look at. Um, that's all I have. I yield.
I don't see any other lights chiming. I mean, I think it's a good idea, but how will it be funded? Like, what will, I'm noticing is $30
Yeah, it's in
potentially per
reference
employee.
back to speaking to Staff Janisa. You can save up to 5%. Depends on how many employees want to. That's another question we have to do. We might have to buy some breeze cards. It might start off with 10, 15 breeze cards because the response came back wasn't as high as anticipated. That's why we will educate them on that. But again, when you can save a breeze card 5 to 10%, 5 to 20%, the funding is a very low impact. And again, as I stated, that was shared to me with staff. I don't have a dollar amount, but it'd be a very minuscule amount that can be simplified, and we could talk with HR and others to work that out.
I just think that if we're gonna offer it, we have to like be prepared to budget for everyone. And then, I mean, the cost might not be cost prohibitive, but we just have to figure out where that funding is coming from. Because $30 per month for every employee, or if I'm reading this wrong, I'm reading it real quickly, so I could be reading too quickly and misunderstanding. But if it's $30 per month per employee,
This will be, again, as I was communicating, this will be a volunteer program in reference to one of the low hanging fruits as a checkbox for green commute for ARC. So this is something that we'll be offering them for employees if they want to get it. And again, it depends on from one employee all the way up to 400 employees. But I think we're going to start with very small numbers because the interest was not as high as anticipated. That's where the education of the benefits of using public transportation.
so are we anticipating that the employee would pay the cost, or we'll pay the cost?
I don't have that answer, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
we can
But
talk
you're asking a
offline.
lot of questions, but I don't have those questions. It's a very small cost because it was a very low number that wanted to participate. So we start educating people, we might get more numbers in there. It started out, I think it's under 10 or 15 people, if you want me to just let you know. So therefore, if they want to if the city wants to purchase it, they'll be purchasing 10, 15 cards to start off with. And I don't have the answer where it's gonna come from.
Where do you want this item to go?
Well, I like to put it on the next agenda so I can get another unanimous support for the
Yeah,
green
I just
community.
think
We
we're gonna
have to
need-
continue to provide options and benefits for our employees and make sure that they have a peace of mind as they get to work and back and have options for that. So I think staff will continue to find solutions to make this very low impact on the budget.
Yeah, I just think in order to approve it, we'll need to know the budget impact and how much we're committing funding for. Because if we start a program and it's not there, I mean, even if it's 10 to 15 cards, that's per month, right? So like we have to identify the funding source, who we're opening up for to be able to make sure that it actually is able to be implemented would be my recommendation. So are you asking that it go on the August 21st?
That is correct.
Staff, will you all have that information by then? Okay.
Yes.
Agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Is whistleblower policy. Our interim city attorney has shared with us a memo. We have ordinance section 4-1162 that deals with our whistleblower policy that goes through 1169. And interim city attorney Weems shared a memo regarding whistleblower process and grievance process. I know the grievance process has been moved to the September work session. And I know we received this information tonight. I would recommend that we look at what's been shared. We need to, I think, come up with a policy or process for whistleblower. We have the ordinance, but how do we operationalize it? In the fiscal related section of our ordinance, it talks about a whistleblower policy. And I think we need a third party. One of the best practices that the interim city attorney highlighted is an independent response system that ensures that there can be independent complaint review process for anonymous reporting of claims. And there's several companies that actually do it. So I don't know realistically if we'll be able to approve a policy or process on Monday, but maybe by the September work session, we can have something to review as it relates to that. And then once we put that in place, that'll be something we could use to issue a solicitation to secure a third-party vendor to be able to handle these types of complaints. So they'll be outside of the organization and anonymous. And so that's my recommendation for this item tonight. I know we have a lot more to cover. I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts around that or objections to it going to the September 11th work session with having the goal of having a draft process policy, like implementation of the ordinance that's been in existence, I think, since 2003, if I'm not mistaken. And also position us to be able to issue a solicitation to secure a third-party vendor. Any questions, comments, concerns, or objections? All right, so September 11th work session. Also, the next item, Home Rule Charter Amendment process. The interim city attorney has shared with us a draft ordinance. The Home Rule Charter Amendment process basically says that we can amend our charter by home rule without going to the state legislature if we adopted ordinance. Municipal charters may be amended by ordinances duly adopted at 2 regular consecutive meetings of the municipal government authority, not less than 7 or more than 6 days apart. And the notice has to be published in the official organ for at least once a week for 3 weeks within the 60 days prior to it being adopted. And the copy of the proposed amendment has to be on file with the city clerk's office. I think the last action taken by council on August 7th, we'll be approving those minutes on the 21st. I think the action taken was to start this process. And so if that's the case, we can look at what the interim city attorney provided to us as a proposed ordinance, because we're not going to approve the ordinance before having the meeting that we duly publicized, the meetings that will be a part of the publication. But this is something for us to look at, provide feedback to, and once we can finalize a proposed amendment, they can actually start publishing it so that we could potentially even be in position to adopt this September or in early October would be the recommendation. And so I don't know if council wants to just read it and provide feedback to the interim city attorney, any revisions to this draft, and then after that, go ahead and allow it to start being published. And if that's the case, we'd probably be able to get to this. We'd definitely be able to get to it in October. We have 3 weeks of, we're in August. We might even be able to get to it in September. So what is council's pleasure as it relates to the proposed amendment that we've received? How do you want to get feedback to the interim city attorney? Do we want to just share it by email? Do we want to discuss it further as a group? I know. I'm leaning in. That's why I'm trying to be real fast. Like, bring it back to. I mean, he's given us a draft, right? And so if we can review it by email and maybe put it on the first meeting in September as to whether or not we have anything we want to discuss about the revisions to it, and then they can start publishing it. This is August the 14th, so Monday's probably too early. So we put it on the September 5th agenda, provide feedback in the interim, and then we can have a revised proposed amendment. And then at that time, have a discussion before they start advertising. How does that feel?
That feels great.
Okay, September 5th agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. That's item 18. We on 19, Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, okay, for Microsoft, this is the 4165 and 4155 Ben Hill Road property. Just want to give you an update on this, Madam Mayor and council members. This item is currently, we're in the process where our city attorney and also Charles Johnson are prepared to meet with Microsoft attorneys this week to bring the contents of the contract together and proposed MOU. And so we hope to have this to a close within the coming week or so. I suggest we definitely put this on the September agenda, but it is potentially possible. I can't say for sure they could be ready for Monday, but they could be ready for Monday. But they're meeting this week to kind of finalize details for your review of a proposed contract and documentation.
Thanks for that update, Mr. King, interim city attorney. It sounds like you all are having legal discussions. Do you think we can put this on the agenda for Monday, August 21st, or is it Tuesday, September 5th?
I believe if you put it on for August, we'll have something preliminary for you. We met with Mr. City Manager on Friday and went through those wish list items for the for what they wanted to embed. Attorney Holt did speak with me today. They were very receptive to that, but she wants to kind of get everybody together in the same room, which I believe we're planning to do on Wednesday of this week by Zoom.
So August 21st.
That'd be fine. Sure.
Okay. Agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Annual surplus auction, Mr. King.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to push this one back to the September work session. We're going to have a enabling resolution that's going to be tied to this. And so that's just for administrative purposes, but the list of the list of vehicles will be on there, but we're going to have an enabling resolution, which will go through our city attorney, and we'll bring that back for the September work session.
Madam Deputy City Clerk, September work session, fiscal year 23-24 millage rate. I know when we had the first presentation at the council meeting last Monday, we didn't have our screens up. So I think maybe is that why it's on tonight, so that we can go through the presentation if there's a question. The first public hearing on this is it the 21st of August? When do we start? August 21st. So council, we have one or two options. We can look at the slide presentation tonight, or it'll be presented on Monday during the public hearing as well. We just do agenda. Okay. Agenda for 21, Madam Deputy City Clerk. We've done 22, 23. All right, 24, treeless right away. So I was at a resident's home regarding a big stormwater issue. And of course, we've had several outages, and we know that the majority of our outages are coming from trees falling. What was interesting is that there are trees that are literally at the edge of the road that are in our right of way that were either potentially not ever even planted by the city. But I mean, when we look at the ones that are falling, like they're not coming off the center of properties. They're like at the road, at the right of way, at the line. And so we've been talking for a long time, number of different council members around, like, how do we deal with trees? Is there a way to be proactive around the trees? And maybe if we look at our right of ways, those areas close to the road, I mean, like these were massive trees that are like at the right of way, and the ones generally that I think are falling. But maybe we start trying to address that. I know the power department electric department is starting the pilot of underground lines, which could help as well. But we all know we're having outages every week due to trees. And so I don't see our power director here tonight. I did speak with him briefly about it, and I think they might be doing some work around this, but this might be a place to allocate funding or prioritize funding, especially in those areas where we have a lot of outages. Like literally in one yard, there were like 3 to 4 big trees at the road that are on our property, and not the private owner's property. And will likely come when they come down, take out a power line. So Mr. King, I don't see Mr. Dow here tonight, but I can't remember specifically what he said when I spoke with him, but that I think they might be working on this, but we have to do something. Like, residents are experiencing outages frequently, and 80% of them, the outages are caused by trees. And a lot of these trees that are falling are right at the road and in our right of way, like property owned by us, that we wouldn't even need permission to cut those trees down. Because when they come down and take out the power line, we go remove it anyway. But at that point, it's taking out power for houses all in the area, and that's got to be more costly than taking it down initially. So that's why I wanted to have put this on tonight to have that discussion. I don't know if, I mean, we could put it back on the September work session, but we really got to try to figure out a way to be proactive about the trees if possible.
Yes, definitely, Madam Mayor. You know, we have our arborist, EJ, who has been on our electric team for years. And I know Sean Dow, who's on military duty right now. He has a plan that he has implemented, and there's something looking to expand on. And so I definitely want to have this on September. I'm going to have Thomas Magnum, who's our assistant director, who can come back and kind of talk about where we stand on the program, and what, may even have EJ, who's our arborist, could come forward and talk about what he looks at when he goes on a property, looks at trees, and they have money set aside to provide a proactive plan. So I think that'd be great.
And another question that came up at a community meeting I was at recently was, is it possible for the city arborists to go out and provide free, ideally, inspections of trees on residents' property in the event that they want to know whether or not it's a tree that needs, is it a healthy tree, is it an aged tree? Like, is that a service that we can provide? I know we'll go out and inspect the smoke detectors, like we do that kind of provide that level of service or support to our residents. So that was another question that came up, if it's a way, because there might be private property owners that if they know it's aged, that they could potentially take it down themselves if it's on their property. And then the other is, and we've talked about this several times, how do we help provide some funding to have trees removed, if that's possible? How do we, can we do it in a way that doesn't violate the gratuities clause? Because these are health, safety, and welfare issues when these trees actually fall and take out power. So those are the three things connected to it: the treeless right of way, the arborist, and if there are trees that need to come down and property owners need assistance, can we provide assistance? Councilmember Cummings.
Oh, I'm good. Actually, one of the statements you made to answer my question, so we're good, thanks.
All right, so September work session, I just lost my place. Okay, next up, discussion on a resolution of inquiry, Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Cummings. Did I miss something? No.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And really quickly, this resolution was just a thought of an option. As we all know about the incidents that occurred in 2021, unlike a lot of circumstances that occur, these things happen to cities all across the nation. However, what's unique about our instance is that we didn't have the direct public notification that if you read online when hacks occur in different cities, you see where the public was instantly notified. But as a result of that, we have had a couple of meetings where questions or presentations have been made, questions have been asked. And I want to just allude to something the mayor said to me in recent days, is that anyone with questions deserves answers. And that's fair. That's a very fair space to exist in. And as a result of whether it's meetings, or I know the mayor has released a couple of statements, and from those statements, I've received a number of calls because residents are reading the email and they'll reach out with questions. So coming up with this was just a way to maybe formally document in writing something that's more static, because not everyone's able to come to a meeting or have the capabilities to watch them online. And these were just some of the more frequently asked questions, as well as some of us are reading information that was provided last week. We have questions, and it seemed as though a lot of those comments were centered around what happened in 2021 versus what we have in place today. So this format was just a way to maybe make it more formal, so that when we get those responses, I had a quick chat with Mr. City Manager, and he's, I think, reviewed these questions, Mr. City Manager.
I haven't had a chance to look at every question. I did have a chance to kind of breeze through
Yeah,
it some.
okay.
I did forward what I saw this afternoon that I received from the clerk's office, so that I had some staff to review it. But that's just initially. I haven't had any dialogue with them, so I can't say what their thoughts or questions are. But we'll do whatever the wishes of the mayor and council is, and moving forward with it. But yes, I did have a chance to put it over, to just send it to them, so they do have that information.
Okay, thank you. And so in bringing it tonight, it's just a way to say, hey, if there are questions that we feel need to be answered, there are a lot of synapses or gaps just in my reading of the timeline when it comes to what happened in 2021, and being able to properly and fully answer to the people we serve is what this concern is about. So I'll yield to Councilmember Cummings if she has any additional comments.
Actually, there are no additional comments. Like you said, just basically we were putting this together because there were some questions and concerns that were that residents had put out, and we just wanted to make sure that we just had some clarification that we could actually just fully answer those questions that they had. I yield.
Yes, ma'am. So, I mean, I did say, and I do believe that anyone who has questions should have them answered. I mean, but that can happen through emails, which are open records. We can come up with some FAQs. Our charter, when we start talking about investigation or inquiries, specifically speaks to investigations and inquiries in section 2-202. Following the adoption of an authorizing resolution, the city council may make investigations and inquiries into the affairs of the city and the conduct of any department, office, or agency thereof, and for this purpose may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, take testimony, and require the production of evidence. Any person who fails or refuses to obey a lawful order issued by the city council in the exercise of these powers shall be punished as provided by ordinance. The initiation and conduct of any investigation or inquiries by the city council under this charter provision shall not be deemed to constitute interference by the city council with the administration of the government by the city manager. And so I think as it relates to this ordinance, like it says, we can make a investigation and inquiry based upon adopting a resolution. And my understanding, talking with GMA, is that this type of investigation and inquiry has to be like open to the public. So we call witnesses in here, we take testimony. I know we have the Secret Service that's still investigating. The referral, I believe, has been made to the district attorney. So I'm not objecting to the questions that are in there or them being answered. I think that can be accomplished through emails, or if we want to come up with an FAQ as it relates to the questions that have come up and the answers that have been provided. But I think this was analogized to something that is done, I think, at the congressional level around a resolution of inquiry. I think we have to look at our charter and follow that process. And then, how do we move forward as it relates to investigating and getting information? So those are just my comments and feedback.
Thank you. So to be clear, this was not an attempt to investigate. It's just questions to be answered in writing. And so it can be in a FAQ format, but it is still just questions that answers are being requested for, but it is not an attempt to investigate or be accusatory in tone. So it doesn't matter to me the way in which they're answered. It's just that I think they should be respectfully answered as according to what we stated earlier, and that there are questions coming in from residents, from constituents, not just us. So whatever option we prefer is fine. If it's something that doesn't have to be approved, that's even greater. However, I do think that some of these, well, all of the questions that have been listed here, we find a way to make sure that they're answered. So if it's a FAQ format, that's fine. I'm not here to argue about that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue either. I'm just saying the charter deals with investigation and inquiries. And I think questions should be answered. The format in which that happens, I don't necessarily think that requires council approval, because I think that's when we're getting into invoking our authority under the charter as it relates to official investigations and inquiries of this council and the process from that. But I think it's 11 questions.
Yes.
Yeah, like, you know, I don't know if the city manager or the interim city attorney can provide any feedback around a process to get questions answered. I mean, adopting a resolution for every set of questions is not what I think we want either. We want the answers to the questions as they come up. So I'll go to Councilmember Renee, and then I'll go to our interim city attorney, unless you want me to go to him first.
I don't really have anything, I guess,
Well, I got something.
that's Larry to say, other than if there are questions that a council member wanted to be answered, I would imagine they could, I don't know if you emailed them and you haven't gotten the response that you needed, or but I don't know that you're going to be able to do this. Well, you can pass a resolution, but if council passes a resolution, then that goes a different direction. But I'm trying to understand how you get to your goal of getting your questions answered without it becoming that investigatory panel that the mayor referenced. That's all.
Mayor, you mind?
No, go ahead, Councilmember.
Well, since Darren is our direct report, I like the fact that she's bringing to the council to ask these questions. And I think because as a direct report, he should be able to, without giving a directive, maybe perhaps if we're going to give him a directive to answer these questions, maybe it should be voted on by the council to give him a directive to answer the questions. I read them. I thought they were very good questions. I didn't think they were outlined or outside the duties or responsibilities of his. And so because he's a direct report, we can ask questions, and, expect a reasonable answer. And by a reasonable time, it's only 11 questions. It's not like it's 150 or whatever. It's only 11. And so she's bringing it to the council. She's not giving him a direct report to answer. And so we could vote on it or vote on it up and down for him to answer the questions, and then give him a timeline. For instance, do we have the answers by next Monday or within 2 days or something like that? I think it's appropriate because he is a direct report. Thank you. I think it falls within the guidelines.
Yeah, I don't disagree that questions are appropriate. I don't know that they require a level of formality. Like, that means if we do this, anybody else who has questions is going to bring it to council for a resolution to be adopted to get questions answered. I don't think it's unreasonable to have our direct reports answer questions, or even that either they can answer or somebody that reports to them answers. And so, again, our charter speaks specifically when we start talking about investigations and inquiries, and I think that's a different, heightened level of investigation, which I'm told it takes place publicly. You make questions and you answer them publicly. People have sat through a lot of those, so I'm not objecting to the questions. I just don't think we need a resolution to require. I mean, we're getting to a point where we got to pass resolutions to require people to answer questions. That's the problem. That's a real problem. I mean, if we can't ask questions and get answers, so I'm not objecting to the questions. I mean, if we got responses to some of them tonight, I mean, he could do that tonight, or if you want them in writing, I mean, I think the communication protocol that we adopted talks about a response within 24 to 48 hours. So, I mean, I think we have things in place. Like, I don't know why we have to start formalizing the way we ask questions of people who report to us or the questions that we have about anything in the city. We send emails, we ask questions all the time to get responses. And so I don't know that this level of resolution for questions to a direct report is needed when we can already do that. Does anybody else have any
I do, Madam Mayor.
comments?
Thank you. And I think the object at the end of the day is just to make sure that we get the answers, get the questions answered. So, I mean, if it's not as formal as with this resolution, we do want a formal way of having these questions answered. So we are fine with the FAQ process, the format, if that's how you want to, how we need to get it done. The bottom line is just that we just have these questions and we just want the answers to those questions. So I did speak with Councilmember Gordon. She is good with the FAQ format. So if we can do that, that's fine. We just, at the end of the day, we just want to get the answers to the questions.
And let's have a timeline on that, if it's okay with you, Madam
I'm
Mayor.
chimed in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in order that I see on Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Shortcut, and Councilmember Renee, I always see the city manager Councilmember, comments, were you done? Yes. Okay, then either Mr. King or Councilmember Shropshire and Councilmember Renee.
Yeah, I can answer them to what I can for what I was involved in at the time, because I wasn't the city manager when this first
Mr.
happened.
King, but that's information that we can still get through.
But I'll give you the answers as best I can, and then
Yeah.
the staff can help.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Can you send your questions in an email? And the protocol, like the mayor said, is 2 days.
I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. Like, I don't, wait, I do have it. I can tell you exactly. Here it is. Yeah, here it is. This is from the amended communication protocol that we adopted some years ago. I don't have the signed copy, but it was in 2020, October 2020. Direct report shall acknowledge in writing receipt of the matters of concern or questions as soon as possible, but no later than within 1 business day from the date indicated on the communication. Direct report shall provide a written response within 2 business days of acknowledgement of the concerns or questions, and such responses shall include, if it shall include an update, if any, and a resolution timeline. So, I mean, we already said it has to be acknowledged within 1 day, and written responses provided within 2 business days. So I think that's the time frame there. Councilmember, hold on a minute. Shropshire, did you have anything else? Councilmember Renee.
I'm good with that. I was just gonna give you that timeline. I'm sorry.
Yep, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. And again, this was just a way to, thinking of ways to make it such that we can have it on record, not just in writing, and I think what I'll do is put it on the agenda for Monday so that these questions can be answered.
I'm not objecting to the questions or those being asked. And I think there's an expectation, like, we shouldn't have to go through the formalities to get questions asked. Like, if you have questions, you should be able to email them. They have to be acknowledged within 1 business day per the existing protocol that we've already adopted, and a written response provided within 2 business days. So there's a timeline and there's expectation.
Right. I'm not debating that at all. I'm with you on that. I think what I said, you might have misunderstood. I'm okay with that. That's fine. We just want the questions answered, but we're also wanting these questions answered in a way that, for instance, like I said, if we put it on the agenda for next week, not to
Oh, you
get
mean for him to answer in person?
Right, right. Because we
Oh.
have a recurring item
We want a
regarding an
We want
update.
a written response too, right?
Correct. Yes, a written
So if you're gonna
response.
send it tonight and then in 2 days he'll have it, a written
Right.
response to all of us and then he can present it on Monday?
That's exactly right.
Okay, I think that's.
That's it.
So, yeah, the audit and financial update item that is on the actual council meeting agendas as updates. We initially talked about those monthly, but I don't have a problem with them being every council meeting. So that'd be twice a month where we're getting updates around what's happening. Okay. All right. Oh, Councilmember. Feel like.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say for the record at 10:30 at night, 10:48 at night, that this attempt to be messy is egregious. It's messy. We got an investigation going on by the FBI. We got an investigation going on by some other people that should not be named because we said it in an executive session. Y'all want to come back with questions? We just sat in a meeting for 4 hours when they answer all these questions. So if you want to be professional, send him the email, give him and his staff chance to review the process, give you your answers back, and be done with it. Stop just be, I'm talking. I'm talking. No, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. It's time. Do I not have the floor, Madam Mayor?
One more item, it's gonna be real.
Right, do I not have the floor? Thank you. So could you direct my colleague to please?
One at a time.
Thank you.
The floor,
Because
go
I am talking, and what we're trying to do is what's best for the city. And then if you keep trying to dig up and be ugly and then disguise it like it's not being ugly, it's bad for morale, it's bad for the city, and it's bad for the image. One thing your mama always used to tell you is don't embarrass me. Stop trying to embarrass the city. Let this man do his job. We have voted on certain items. We have come to some conclusion, and just to keep bringing it back up is being messy, and I am not a man if I do not address it. So we're tired of it. It's 10:48 at night. We stay here till 2:30, and y'all still want to be messy. Just let the process play out. Let it play out.
Okay, so Madam Deputy City Clerk, audit and financial update on the Monday presentation section of the agenda. People can ask questions, expect answers. If that's a part of the question or answering, like I think this is giving a heads up of what those questions will be. If they get submitted in writing, we have a communication protocol that requires a certain time response by staff to questions that are provided. And then we will address that and any other questions that come up. I know a lot of people, I've gone through the binder that was provided. Oh, I do also want to say that I know there have been open records requests for the information that we've received. Of course, it has to be reviewed to be redacted before it's made available to the public. But I believe that we should just attach it to the agenda item from last Monday. So it's available online. Some people still might want to get a hard copy printed, and there's a cost for that. But that would be my recommendation on that, just because so the information is there, is being provided. And then we will continue to do as we're doing, taking actions to address what was in the audit presentation, doing the investigations. The Secret Service is still investigating. We received information on that. A referral is being made to the district attorney's office. That will be a level of investigation. And there are different things that we'll have to address that will be from different, either investigatory, legal, personnel matters that we'll have to address in executive session at the appropriate times. And so I know this is a very emotional item, time, period, issues. I get it. We'll get through it. We'll be stronger and better for it. But I do believe that question should be answered. And we get the information that we have to be able to provide answers to those questions. So anything else? We got it on the agenda update, standing update to, I mean, we still need to, hopefully we'll have some information from the insurance by then. Some, whatever those updates that we can discuss publicly. We're moving forward with the forensic audit solicitation. It closes on August 22nd, I think it is, just next Tuesday or Wednesday. Hopefully we receive some responses. I think they probably had a pre-bid meeting so far, so I'll try to look into that. That means hopefully, and this is the request, that comes before us on September 5th. If it closes on August 22nd and we actually have proposals that have been submitted, that gives staff about 2 weeks to review it before our September 5th meeting so that council can get it, and whether we feel comfortable enough with being able to take a action that night or after, but we can get that put in place so we can secure a forensic audit firm next month. So I think that's where we are. There's on around moving parts. So I think we're good on this item. I'm gonna go to the next one, which is the food bank. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Shropshire. Briefly, you all have this document. We've signed it before with them, but I'll have her share an update. She transitioned into being the contact once Councilmember Callaway resigned. And so this is something that I'd like for us to put on consent agenda to continue our partnership with the food bank. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I'm trying to pull up the email that they sent so I can tell you exactly what this program is about. So this program is called GNAP, Georgia Nutritionist Assistant Program. And what this program does is they will provide more access to a variety of food. But the household, it has to be a household. They have to have children 18 or younger in school. And they also have to complete an intake form. So the intake form will be available on Wednesday, and the actual food will come, the additional food will come on Wednesday when they bring the other food. And once they fill out the intake form, it's two things that they have to get. One, I know, is food stamps. I forgot what the other one was. And if they receive food stamp or if they fall in the other category, then they will get the additional food that the food bank has provided for the family. It will, I'm gonna assume that it will start coming next week, and it goes until September the 30th. And then when the program starts again, we'll be on regular rotation to get food every Wednesday for this program.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shropshire, why don't we begin to transition this program to New Malibu Church? It's been a stress and strain on our staff for such a long time to continue to do this food giveaway on Wednesday, which is much needed. But why can't we partner with the church and allow them to take over the logistics for this?
Well, I don't think that staff is heavily involved like they used to. I know they have a lot of volunteers over there that give out the food. So far as I know, staff is not involved in the food process, the food giveaway.
If I'd be willing to support this if we could ask the city manager just to check that for us and make sure we can alleviate that part of it.
And I know there was volunteers from the NAACP. Yeah, from the NAACP that was helping too. But when I do go, staff is nowhere near involved like they used to. It's strictly volunteers, and one of the volunteers is Grace.
Grace does a good job.
Yeah.
And so that's my point, because not only that though, we still have to use the park and rec is tied up everything on those Wednesdays. And I'm not sure if the crowd is as big as when we first were doing this, but is it possible for us to look at transferring this over and partnering with Grace's church to make
Grace
this
M
happen.
already has it, and I don't think the food bank can deliver to the church. It has to be at that location. And I know when it was at Malibu, they had to go pick their food up. They wouldn't deliver there.
Is that something, city manager, you can help verify for us so that we can just maintain the integrity of the program? We do want to acknowledge all the hard work that Councilwoman Shropshire and the staff does. This is a program that initiated from COVID, and it's my opinion that we need to partner with a nonprofit or a church. And because Grace Terrell has done a great job, and if we can continue to support this program through that church, I think it'll be less taxing on city resources.
I think those are all good questions. I think one critical piece though is that we maintain the partnership even if we change the location.
I agree.
So like if the key this agreement can be between the Atlanta Community Food Bank and the city of East Point, and then we explore what other options could be available. I think it's important that we maintain the MOU to ensure that the food comes, and then I'm explore ways to change locations. East Point, First Malibu, former council member Ann Douglas started that connection with the food bank and the food pantry and the clothes pantry and all of that's there. So they have a history around this. And so, and when we first started, we were working with 4 or 5 different churches, right? So I think as it relates to ensuring that we are a part of it, we go ahead and do this this MOU, ideally on consent. I understand the questions that you have, Councilmember Butler, that and see if we can try to get those answered. But I think given where we are in the program, it would be critical for us to maintain the partnership and then start exploring the questions you asked and other possible ways to continue this long term as a part of maintaining it, but allow the city to partner with the food bank and help drive those decisions, right? So
I
like,
support that.
okay. So we can put this on consent, get those questions answered about whether or not the amount of staff time that is taking, but also if it can be other locations. Because the churches were very supportive. And we were at Word of Faith, we were at St. Stephen's, we were at Impact Church, and we were at East Point First Malibu, right? So if there's a need to try to do some level of rotating, like we could still coordinate that and get the word out, right? So I think we look at all of that to ensure that we maintain this partnership and food keeps coming into the city through the partnership with the city. We connect everything else. You all right? Okay with that?
I am.
Okay. All right. So consent agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Mr. King will answer the questions right now. We have one more. It was 42. This is the piggyback off the electrical infrastructure. Council review and approval to piggyback on the City of Marietta contract with Pike Electric LLC to assist the city's electrical infrastructure. For how much? For what? I need to.
Which number item is that, Madam Mayor?
Item number
40.
Item number 42 deals with piggyback off of electrical.
You're supposed to update that.
What's the supplemental capacity? Is that wrong?
Yeah, this is supplemental one.
Yeah, this is what's attached to the think I saw anything. This is the City of Marietta's annual service contract. So what is it for the City of East Point? What are we doing? So I think this at minimum would have to go on the agenda so we can get some more information, because what we have is we want to piggyback off of their contract, but what's going to be our contract and what does that look like?
Madam Mayor, let me just put this on the agenda And then I'll have staff come give you the meat on the bones on this one. So let's just put this on the agenda because I want to have Thomas Magnum give you all the update on this particular one. Yeah, he just went out on leave, on military leave. So Thomas is assuming all of the duties now.
Okay. Agenda for 42, Madam Deputy City Clerk. I think that takes care of all of our items, Councilmember
Madam Mayor.
Bailey.
I'm sorry.
Y'all got executive session. Hold on, Councilmember Bailey got her hand up.
Madam Mayor, I know in the past we've taken consent items off the agenda if they were paid for by most or T-Splost or whatever. So we have number 30 and also number 38. Do we still want to keep that on the consent agenda?
Yeah, they can still stay. We take them off so that there's a presentation at the council meeting about what projects are actually happening. But that they can be on consent. We don't have to take them off. Which one did you say again? 38 and I think it was the first one, 26.
It is 30 and 38.
27 is a T-Splost too.
It's 27. Yes.
30, 38, and 27. Staff could give a brief present. I mean, if you like for them to be pulled, Councilmember Bailey, they can. What I think she's asking is that staff give a presentation about those projects so people are aware of what's happening in the city from those infrastructure projects.
Okay.
So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, 27, 30, and 38 will go on the agenda.
And Madam Mayor, Jeffrey Jackson, our tax coordinator, wanted to make one comment. I know if as far as the upcoming meeting for, yes, ma'am.
The first public hearing has already been advertised for next week, so we can't do you can do a presentation. That's what I wanted to know. Because
Public hearing off with the presentation.
okay. So okay. Because now we had to have a presentation, then 3 public hearings.
Yeah, so when I open up the public hearing, so the public knows what the hearing is on, I always have them do the presentation. And then we go see if people want to speak for or against. So actually, we'll do the presentation at all 3 public hearings. The brief overview to open it up, so people know what we're talking about, and then have the hearing.
Okay.
I mean, as a part of the hearing, that's okay to open it up in that way. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, they're
I just
together.
wanted to make sure that we follow.
Yeah, no. So they'll be as a part of the public hearing. So we will have the public hearing on August 21st. We'll open it up with your presentation because people weren't able to see the slides at the last one because we had the power outage, remember?
Yeah.
So, and then different people might chime into the public, if somebody shows up at one, might not be at the third one. So we'll always open it up with the presentation of the slides that you have and then go to people who want to speak for it again.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
No problem. All right. I have to ask because it's on the agenda. We already heard some stuff is going to be on the executive session for Monday. Is there anything that we must entertain tonight that is time sensitive?
I had a bit of good news for you guys in litigation, but I can wait till next week.
Yeah, please. I mean, unless everybody just want to hear that tonight. Okay. So that's from interim city attorney, city manager, in executive session.
No, Madam Mayor, I don't have anything tonight.
Council. All right, so Monday, we'll be able to get through the agenda and then probably hopefully get to executive session timely. A lot of stuff is on consent because we have the commons. We have at least one real estate executive session on Monday, and I know they'll be here, so. All right, good night, East Pointers.